Hey, didn't break! Let's go! Okay. So everybody at home, you might be asking yourself, God damn, I've gotta hang out with Alk one more time. Preferably it's not just me for tonight. We're supposed to have Mazel. Unfortunately, he is getting League of Legends Riot servers. If you didn't know, they were getting DDoSed. He is currently undergoing a lot of internet outages, so he was here during call time. He's currently not. So hopefully we're gonna have more than just me for tonight, as we have a best of 5 between our two finalists here at the Asia Invitational, D plus Kia versus BNK FearX. I am also solo prodding, so this should be a lot of fun. Let's kick it to the live view. There we go. So me and this beautiful little dog. But getting into tonight's match, we're going to be having a lot of fun, hopefully, because this is going to be a series that, if everything goes to expectation, D plus Kia should come out winning. I mean, it's the 5th seed versus the 6th seed. We also saw this back in our bracket, which we can kick it to really quickly. You can take a look at how exactly we got to this part of the tournament. We had a group stage of 4 teams. Unfortunately, the only LPL team being Weibo Gaming, but an immediate exit for them. D plus Kia already facing up against FearX earlier on in the bracket, a 2-0 there, and D plus Kia have only lost 2 games this entire tournament. That was up against Weibo Gaming themselves. So, coming back to us, I kind of feel like Sushi Dragon, if anybody remembers them. Where I'm like doing all this random stuff by myself on a little neat little stream deck here. But for tonight's matchup, as you can see, this is our finalists who have been waiting here for their opponents. D plus Kia, Siwoo, Lucid, Showmaker, Aiming, and Barrel. Honestly, when we look at this team, it has been the top side that has been the most impressive. And when you look at their opponents here tonight, that kid in the bottom lane, Diablo, he has the most MVPs of the tournament at 7. Showmaker is the next highest at 4. And he is the Rookie of the Year for 2025 coming out of the LCK. Has been one of the most exciting prospects that we have seen from BNK FearX and in this tournament alone. So hopefully we get to see a little bit more out of BNK FearX as well as what they can do. Because as you saw in the bracket, a 2-0 loss up against D plus Kia earlier on. And every single time we have seen BNK FearX win, it is Diablo basically having to solo carry and having a massive pop-off in team fights. This kid is a wonderkin when it comes to team fighting. He's a little rough around the edges, but that's exactly what you want in a superstar AD carry. You want to give him the sticks, give him the ability to 1v9, and then pray. Pray. Hopefully, everybody at home has a bit of fun here tonight. This is the last series that we'll be showing, and with Worlds starting in a few days, this will officially be the last LPL English broadcast for the foreseeable future of 2025. We are still determining about what's going to happen with Demacia Cup, but definitely looking forward to 2026. And we're going to have our teams not quite line up on the stage, but see these wonderful cutouts one last time. Also, I'm quite sad because this means that at the very least, we will have 3 more God Rule predictions before the end of tonight. We will no longer see the Grasshopper after today's series, which I know everybody at home is probably the most excited about. Okay. So, when I looked at this, I went through some of the stats on Leaguepedia, and I just wanted to pull up some really fun numbers for everybody at home, because I'm a stats guy, I'm a stats nerd, love looking at funny little numbers. Damage per minute. Number 1 is Aiming at 1,000 damage per minute, or 1039, and second is Diablo at 951. You know, we're talking about bot lane. Obviously, Aiming hasn't had, I think, the best tournament, but he also hasn't had to because Showmaker in the mid lane has been so incredible. One of the most flashy players to ever touch League of Legends, and definitely showing it here with things like his LeBlanc, his Malzahar that we've gone throughout the tournament. Also wanted to look at gold per minute stats. Diablo is first at 500, Aiming at 490, and Showmaker is 4th at 446. That is overall for all players playing in ASI. There he is. There is Diablo hanging out on your screen right now. And yeah, but this is probably going to be a lot more chill than usual, mostly because it's only me. If it was anybody else, yeah, maybe we get some more like casting. I'm gonna try to bring the play-by-play hype, but if not, you know who you can blame. You can go to let me just double check his @ real quick. Yeah. So if you go to @MizelCasts on Twitter, you can give him all of your flack if the play-by-play tonight is terrible. We're currently seeing if maybe one of our moderators wants to come on to the show. ZDD Zariel, I think, on Twitch. I don't remember. I very rarely look at Twitch chat. The times that I'm in Twitch chat, guys, is when you see me type in Twitch chat. Aside from that, I try to stay out of there. Some of you guys are very mean, and a lot of you are gamblers. So, okay, for potentially one of the last times tonight, we will have the legendary ASI Grasshopper, God Guo himself, grace the stage. He is coming on out immediately to BNK FearX's side, but could always do a last-second pivot. Okay, that seems it. All right, Zariel, Liv, please join. You can't. I need 72 hours prep. Then don't ask. You guys can't see this right now, but in our official prod Discord, they are asking, let me play-by-play 2 minutes ago. I asked them, do you actually want to? Immediately, no. I'm getting word, allegedly, that Mizel is back. I am gonna quickly check if I could unmove. Wait a minute. I just realized the screen isn't aligned. Now, if I don't align the screen, Kai will be very mad with me, so I'm gonna fix this real quick for everyone at home. All right, let's go open up ye old OBS. Boom. Boom shakalaka. There we go. My sister is dead asleep. Then don't offer. Don't offer. That's all I'm going to say. All right, we've got draft here starting up for game number 1. If Mizel's internet decides it wants to cooperate, he will join. First up, we are with D plus Kia sitting in the blue side. A lot of jungle focus, obviously. Lucid has been such an impressive player here at ASI and for D plus Kia for the last 2 years. But what we've seen from D plus Kia is kind of a focus in mid lane. In their series, they've been going for a lot of mid first picks, blind LeBlanc, blind Malzahar. So wonder if that's going to continue to be a trend here, whereas BNK FearX getting rid of the Orianna, Azir. Also leaves up potential a Rise here, so I think that could be a possibility. We're getting a Wukong hover. Now, Wukong would definitely love a little bit of setup from the mid lane, so still thinking about those Rises that we have seen be so popular here on this patch. And for everyone at home, we are also on 25-19. This is probably the last tournament you will see on this patch outside of maybe EMEA Masters, as they will be moving on to 25-20 for the World Championship. BNK FearX, as a response to the Wukong, hovering the Rise champion that Vikla here in this tournament is currently 1-2 in series total. I have heard Mizel join back into the call. Now, is he in his proper links to actually join? This is... Alright, so I'm going to get him into this. I'm going to get him into the parsec and everything. Everybody at home, please don't freak out. And if you do, don't. Okay, everything might break for a second, everybody. I'm sorry. I've got to move stuff. Which means... Oh, no! The stream! Oh, my God. Oh, wait. There we go. Okay. He's accepting. Boom! Everything vaguely should be fixed. One moment. You're joining Cam. Okay, I need to get OBS in the right slot for us. There he is!
Sir! Thank you, Spectrum! You absolute POS! We're back, baby.
Okay, we've got most of the draft already kind of getting all the way through. We got Lucian and Braum as the 2 and 3 here for D plus Kia, so a little bit of extra movement. I think also a good takeaway from Diablo and Kellen. And now a full top side complete here for BNK Furex with the Jarvan and the Mbessa.
Yeah, I actually really like the Mbessa here. Obviously, it's a really big comfort pick for DK. But being able to have that, a lot of proactivity between the solo lanes and the jungle. I know we've lauded the J4 in terms of just what it provides to any team comp at this point, but I think BFX are actually setting themselves up pretty good for this first, at least, setup of the draft. Now, in the second phase, we do see a little bit of that solo lane focus from them, taking away the Aurora, at least, so some flexibility taken away from DK.
What is Showmaker going to play? Because LeBlanc is still open, Malzahar is still open. I don't know if you really want to play Malzahar into Jarvan and Mbessa. Sounds quite miserable.
I don't think so.
But I also don't think you want to play LeBlanc into this combo. So maybe we get another Kassadin performance. Think it's, you know, has some legs here to play.
Please no. I don't want to. I want action. I want.
Kassadin's fun.
Yeah, but you have to wait till like level 16. I mean, that's
whatever.
a long wait. Anyways, we do get the Cassiopeia ban by BFX in the second phase. So they are definitely whittling down that Showmaker champ pool just a little bit, even though the guy has been on an absolute tear with the amount of champions he's picked this year. We do see the Nico and the Lulu bans as the priority for DK.
Yep, just get rid of all of the champions that I think Kellen is probably going to have the biggest splash on, and they are expecting that they're probably going to be looking for Diablo's champion first. I think the Lulu is great when trying to hamper a champion like Yunara as well. So already BNK Furex, I think pretty decent composition that allows for so much crowd control from their top side that it would be pretty difficult to get onto this Yunara. Now, Braum adds value there. The Lucian Braum needs to land the Winter's Bite and the concussive blows to kind of get that full oomph from it in the early phase. So what else are DK going to kind of lock in that gives them a little bit more legs here to stand on? I don't know if Jax is going to be great.
I like the Jax. I appreciate it just because you force that side lane pressure, although they do have good answers into the side lane. The Malzahar is going to come out once again for Showmaker.
Wow. So already we are probably going to see a different champion here for Siwoo throughout this series because it is a best of 5. In this tournament, he has played 3 champions. Jax at 4-0, Mbessa at 2-1, and same scoreline for Rumble. So he has played Jax, Mbessa, Rumble all tournament long. And maybe we get something a little bit different here. It is going to be the Rek'Sai, which we saw kind of come up as a pretty potent counter into the Mbessa. Was one of the few champions we actually saw Siwoo lose during their series against Weibo.
That's a curiosity there in itself, but I do love to see some of the tech coming through into the Mbessa. Although I do feel like this sets up for a little bit of weird lane states. Like both, I think a little bit more like scaling centered, teamfight centered more clearly, at least on BFX's side. But DK feels like there's spaghetti all over the wall, and maybe it tastes good. Maybe you can taste it. It looks good. Like, who knows? But they got stuff all over the place, Alec.
Yeah, they've got a lot of... It feels like they can do a little bit of everything. I am a little worried for D plus Kia because with this Malzahar on the mid, I kind of feel like they are a little low damage. When you look at their team composition, you're going to be having Malzahar. You're also going to be having a Rek'Sai. So the executes do need to kind of be on point. And so what this actually means for how you're going to be looking to be proactive on the game might be a little bit more difficult for D plus Kia. So I think if they're able to win this, though, they get a lot of really important champions out thanks to Fearless. And so it's up to BNK Furex. Can they actually prove that they can withstand a decent early game and make a reasonable attempt in the mid game?
And the thing I find the most interesting about Showmaker is on his Malzahar performances, I don't think they've been the most showy. Obviously, I don't think it's very easy to be showy on a Malzahar, but in the end, it's a lot of what he provides for the team, what he provides for the comp, and the lockdown, that initiation. His flashes with the Nethergrass has been incredible to watch, and I expect that to be a big ticket item here for D plus Kia. But game number 1 of our finals is kicking off now. We have a little bit of spice in the top lane with the Rek'Sai being picked up. against Clear's Ambessa, but we'll see exactly how these solo lanes match out. I do expect a lot of action from the jungle, and rightfully so. I think Lucid and Raptor have been really fun to watch so far. So game number 1 kicking off now, best of 5 to decide who wins ASI.
Okay.
Production man, go.
Gotta fix the.
Dude,
gotta fix the
we're
framing.
holding it
Gotta
down
fix the
tonight,
framing.
all right? We're holding it down. We're holding it down as I say that. It's fine. It's fine. Things happen. We just gotta align it a little bit more.
Yep. That's what I'm doing. I'm giving
Yep,
us
yep,
some
yep,
extra
yep.
room. There we go.
Nice. It's looking beautiful, Alec. It's looking beautiful.
All
Never
right.
say we didn't try, folks. Never say we didn't try.
All right, names are gonna be a little bit cut off, but deal with it. Not my problem.
Wait, why are they cut off? Alec,
Oh, dude. Okay, all right. Well, okay, but I want to talk about the game, and the junglers are starting on opposite sides. You know.
You know
like,
how many people are gonna message about that though, and drive Saturn and live insane.
Well, get
You
owned.
know that. Get owned. All right, we'll stick with that anyways. But it is interesting though when we're taking a look at the map state itself. I mean, we will have the opposite side jungle paths coming through from both of them. I know Jarvan can be a little bit unique in some of his pathing if he wants to wrap back around and go for a little bit of an earlier gank, but we're already seeing a ton of pressure from this 2v2 for BFX.
Yeah, this is really surprising considering one team has Lucian, the other one is supposed to have Braum, right? Like, you're supposed to be able to win these 2v2s this early on, and we're not quite seeing that here in this game. So, pretty good job already. I mean, Yunara is a pretty potent duelist, and this kind of opens up for a lot of plays. What Raptor's going to be able to get done on the top side is potentially going to be game warping here versus this Rek'Sai.
Are you a fan of the Yunara? I think I've asked you before, but I'd love to hear your thoughts again, because I find this pick, for me, obviously, like, individually is very fun to play. I think it has a cool little pattern that you can use with it. But at the professional level, we still have seen teams in this tournament go to Yunara, even though it feels like maybe she's falling out of favor a little bit.
Yeah, she's been nerfed. That's fair, right? As
But
like
to other
consideration.
ADCs, they say she got gutted. So, we're being nice about it.
Well, League of Legends players and talking about game balance is not the best combo. For everybody at home, please be
nice.
Yeah. Please be nice. It is only me on prod, as it has been for the last 3 days, to be fair. So.
My goat.
I mean, it's fine. I think Yunara is okay. She's a lot less OP than she was on release, but
Yeah. I just don't think you can be as confident in some of the trades and stuff you can have early on. But let's go ahead and take a look at the map state here. We do have both junglers hovering around mid lane right now, though Raptor is going to wrap back around towards bot side. They are full collapsing this. I think Lucid did a really good job of kind of realizing something was a little bit amiss, because if he commits to that scuttle, he literally has 3 people on top of him.
And I think it was good that Raptor path topside just to make sure that Shiwu can't actually find a solo kill, because we've seen this matchup be very, very difficult for Ambessas throughout this tournament. You see that Shiwu already has a pretty decent health lead, even if it hasn't accrued into a gold lead quite yet. And with Wukong on the bottom side, I imagine that B&K Ferox do need to be a little bit careful here. Barrel.
Aiming, going for the play here. They did have the wrap from Lucid to come around. Raptor going to find him in the end. Was a 3v3 they were willing to go for. He uses the clone out to the side. Really nicely done from Lucid. Does end up getting the concussive blows as well. Still will be on a ward, as it does end up falling. DK are going to stick around, keep pressure up on this bot lane.
Hell yeah, we just got their flash. Oh, no heal from Kellen, at least for the next 45 seconds. I think they want to try to go for a dive to see if Diablo will step forward. He does have the barrier afforded to him.
Lucid was looking for the angle onto Diablo, but won't end up going all the way under turret for it. Kellen will be in a little bit of trouble, but he will be just fine. Does still have some of that healing that the Rakan provides. Going to try to stop some of the backs here as well. Barrel's going to do his darndest to keep everybody safe. Kellen isn't able to stop anybody's backs, and Barrel does God's work there, it feels like.
They were really looking for it, because they know that aiming still has flash and barrier. If they can try to squeeze one of those summoner spells out, B&K Ferox would be a lot more comfortable with their position here. Kellen making sure, being a good support, that the wave gets in under the turret and that DK cannot freeze. The other lanes, though, are looking not too bad here right now. Raptors opened up a 2-camp lead over his opponents as Lucid does finish up his Gromp. And Rise is getting free time to scale into this game, which I know scaling is relative and you are going to be playing into a Malzahar, but Rise gets access to some really disgusting items this game that I don't think Malzahar is properly really going to be able to punish. So I don't want to say that DK are on a clock, but their champions definitely are a lot more limited in what they can do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's something we kind of noted from draft, and we'll just have to kind of keep a side eye on it here. As we're moving forward, we're getting closer to level 6s for everybody. We also have the Dragon already up on the bot side with some bodies surrounding him. We also have the Grubs coming in about a minute and 45 seconds. It does look like Lucid's going to go ahead and start this objective up.
Bot lane still in a pretty good spot. Also, Raptor hasn't recalled quite yet. Wonder what he is saving his timer for. Hasn't gone back to base, hasn't purchased.
The Krug!
A single ward, though, is going to spot him out here. He's going to get topside scuttle, mostly just to help out clear. That's a pretty good game plan. I think DK getting the Dragon is not at all a bad start.
Yeah, kind of par for the course with the way they've been playing with the pressure in bot side. I love the duality of Beryl and Kellen so far. Both of them just kind of trying to engage on each other's ADCs through each other, which has been kind of fun to watch. Now Raptor will be seen in a mid lane. Realm Morph's going to be used on the Showmaker. He's going to instantly flash. Vikla wasn't able to follow through. We're going to get a full-on team fight here. We're getting surrounded by DK as they're going to look for the engage onto Diablo. Now they get the Nether Grasp as well, taking about half health on a Raptor. He has the concussive blows on him, but can he make it over the wall first? Vikla becomes the new target, and after they do get the first blood, they can't find the double. And they will just get all the pressure they wanted when they came to this position. They also got the Dragon. Oh, Beryl. Okay, the ward signals him. He's okay for now.
But why did Diablo walk into pit there? Like, his team is on the top
question.
side. Raptor has ultimate. Lucid doesn't. If we just walk into our Rise and our Jarvan, that should be a good enough play for us to go for. It turns into not only Diablo's life, but also his barrier at the same time. A small mistake, again, from one of the most exciting prospects coming out from the LCK this year, but he's made quite a few of them. Remember last night's series versus Nongshim? He's literally getting solo killed by Kingin 2 times before immediately going forward and winning the game on some massive team fights.
It was one of those situations in this fight, at least, where it felt like BFX had a read on how to approach that fight, but then all of a sudden it starts crumbling down, as now they might have a read on the Showmaker, knowing he has no flash this time. He's going to get fully Cataclysm, knocked up with the Grand Entrance. He's going to survive for now. I don't think he's going to survive for long, though. Raptor will end up claiming the redemption kill for BFX.
Well, how long it took BFX, though, that's at least 2 grubs going over to D plus Kia. Very good, and think about their side lanes here. It won't be as strong into the Rise, but having yourself the
Beryl?
Oh my god. What the?
Went with the Winter's Bite with a flash. They end up finding Vikla on the back end of it, too. They do find another kill now, and they're going to continue contesting over the Raptors.
Yeah, BFX feel a little slow here, honestly, Lennon. Like, I watch these games, and I'm thinking, okay, the fights aren't the cleanest, yes, but the execution is not all quite there yet here in our game number 1. You can see that was a really well-played dive, even with Showmaker staying in the wave. Just delays long enough for his support jungle to come on through. And now they're already getting into some interesting lane allocations here. Malzahar is going to push in the bot, and while all this was happening, Diablo did pick up a pretty decent amount of wave, so he has a 20 CS lead, even with him dying by himself.
And I do wonder if that means that DK are going to kind of move aiming around away from that setup, try to get him some more CS to catch up. But another big thing there was that 3 grubs ended up going over to DK. So they have full neutral objective control so far. And those 3 grubs are not something to slouch at. I mean, this team will absolutely destroy turrets once aiming gets under them. I think it's going to be something to kind of keep an eye out on here as we move forward. But it is just a bit of a reset setup for both teams. Very close, though, I will say, to DK getting the feats of strength.
2 kills, they've got the Dragon, and they got 3 grubs. So let's see if B&K Fear X can keep up the state of the game. I haven't really been as impressed with this team here in this tournament when it came to early games and objective setups. Their whole kind of shtick is we're going to let Diablo run loose in a team fight and just let him play it. Give him the best tools possible, and hopefully he can carry us through games. And that has worked here for ASI, obviously evident in the fact that they are here in the grand finals, but everything else kind of feels like it should go over to the favor of D plus Kia in this matchup.
Well, we have about a 50-second timer on that next dragon. It's going to be an Infernal Dragon, but again, it would also be that objective setup for DK to get one piece of the feats of strength. And I think that's going to rely on a lot of how these comps kind of mold together. I mean, we have all the setup we could ask for both teams now. We have all the level 6s, all the abilities, all the cooldowns, a lot of flashes at least still. But more so I want to break down is, like, are these fights okay for BFX to take? Because we talked so much about the scaling for them, and they do have a lot of that to rely on.
Again, as we said with the mid-fight and the dragon, or the fight around the dragon pit, the idea of them is cool. The execution, however, is making me cringe a little bit. It's making me a little sad, right? Like, I want to see Diablo have a good team fight. I would obviously love to see BFX put up a more competitive series than the last time we saw these two teams play. And without any vision, now Clear basically has to give up an entire wave versus a 3 grubs and demolish Rek'Sai. So these plates are going to go down very quickly. Maybe even with Lucid here, they might be able to take
the essence
maybe
reaver.
2 or 3.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to do so much damage to that. While BFX will end up getting the dragon back, it will be a little bit of something, some push in bot side as well. But yeah, they are going to hammer down this turret. Look at that thing drop. What the amount of extra damage aiming does on the back end of those Essence Reaver procs. Want to see if they are going to try to burn that one all the way down to the ground.
Nah.
Okay.
This thing,
close.
it should have fortification now, right? Like, it's been taken.
But it's just
been
aiming.
Hit so much. Yeah, but when turret plates fall, it's still a little bit strong. Okay, the Rise ulting in.
Lucid was holding back in the bush now, and I don't know if BFX can make it out without losing some
Oh!
Oh my goodness, he gets the healing back, and that is huge. The void has come for BFX, and it is not kind as it takes their lives.
Wow, Siwu just absolutely smurfed in that fight. He uses the ultimate to dodge out on the Cataclysm damage, lives with just enough HP to get him out. Oh my god, Showmaker, don't embarrass him like that. Come on!
He just throws up the BMO emote too. Oh my gosh. They did end up getting that turret, by the way, on top of it all. So it is just DK's parade here.
Look at this. He gets hit with the knock-up, the charm, another one as well. The redemption healing from Beryl is nice. The ultimate, the Void Rush from Siwu gets him out, and he gets the kill on top of it. They live, they kill Vikla, they got the TPs as well. Everything is coming up trumps, and while this was happening, we talked about, was Aiming able to get that turret? Yes, he was. So that gold lead, that CS differential that Diablo had an amazing kind of effect for D plus Kia.
And now you just find yourself in a pretty hefty advantage 14 minutes in with multiple plates gone across the entire map for D plus Kia. And they have now the feats of strength. They have all their first items completed, working on seconds for a couple members as well. And now it feels like DK will be permanently in the driver's seat with the way they have their composition set up. We also have the Rift Herald in about 50 seconds here, as we do see a little bit of an engage there on the bot side. But we will have that one coming up soon. And I think that DK are just going to continue trying to avalanche this one down.
Okay. Currently taking a look at mid. Aiming's just going to be able to posture. Like you said, timers are really, really important here. There is no teleport for Showmaker or for Siwu. So kind of taking of note of if DK want to be able to rotate around the map, they need to be able to push out these waves right now. And we take a look at items. She was very powerful, like almost one item spikes just across the board, but I really like what they're showing already.
That gold is insane going over for Siwu as we'll take a look at this mid lane. A little bit of Nayram going on from DK, but that's kind of what they want. They are trying to force BFX's hand as they're going to force a concussive blows there as a re-engage comes through in the end from Raptor, but the Calling's going to try to pull them off of that one. Some suppressive fire from aiming. Meanwhile, on bot side, we're going to get the all-in. Vikla, he's in a lot of trouble now. He's going to have to be careful. The Void Rush is coming for him, and the Void finds another soul to take.
Wow, that's a really good play. Now D plus Kia. Oh, there it is.
No, Raptor gets caught with his hand all the way in, and unfortunately it has been bitten off by all of D plus Kia. The Flash Winter's Bite again, man. Barrel is just stunted on people here as game one is just fully in favor of D plus Kia. Although Siwoo is in trouble now. He's going to have some healing. The double knockup. He's still alive. Okay, he finally falls. They will end up giving the kill over to Diablo. He's trying to do his best to get some gold back for BFX.
All right. Well, that was a little bit of a stopgap measure. Everybody at home, I know you're asking for game sounds. I'm also trying to find the game sounds at this time. I don't know why it's not coming through.
We can't do game sounds. Remember?
I'm trying. Yes, we can. I mean,
we'll
have a little bit of Chinese casting. But yeah, but that's always been the case. Let's see. Oh, I think that should be game sounds for everybody at home, allegedly. All right. Well, hopefully they have game sounds. Either way, coming back to this game, when I do take a look at this, what I want everybody at home to kind of take into consideration is when BFX do want to go forward, it is essentially in our 5v5, can we lock down pieces like aiming, like Showmaker, or even stop Siwoo and Lucid from disrupting our really important damage dealers like the Rise and the Yunara.
And the Yunara is already on 2 items, which is actually just insane in terms of the pace of everybody else in the game still not being on those 2. We will see the Rift Herald end up going over to D plus Kia, though, continuing at least their topside objective focus. Showmaker may have taken the bait here. Going to get his spell shield popped as well. He's going to try to dodge out as much as he can. The Redemption even came down, realizing there is no exit, no escape. He will end up falling, so still chunking back this gold lead for BFX.
I just don't think it's meaningful enough, though, because unless Vikla gets this turret by himself, that was still the Herald going over to D plus Kia. There's still a Dragon that's going to be up, and Showmaker in 15 seconds will have teleport to come back out, so BFX are probably not going to be able to play for Dragon, especially with the damage that aiming puts down onto Diablo and Kellen.
Oh, Diablo. He almost gets hit by the concussive blows. Pops the barrier just in case, but unfortunately it really wasn't used as the charge is going to come in. Siwoo trying to go for the play. I thought he was going to maybe go for the flash play. Wasn't feeling super confident for it, but here comes the second charge. So they're going to get the turret down very low. The Redemption's going to come through too. Cataclysm from Raptor. He gets out as well. They're going to use that Unbreakable really nicely. Siwoo getting away from Kellen's engage. Now Lucid is the one in front line. They should be just fine. They're going to turn back for the Dragon. This would be the second Dragon for either team. Don't know if they have the priority to do so, though. It looks like they're going to go back to the jungle.
All right. Well, that's kind of the play that we wanted to see from D plus Kia. I am still figuring. Okay, I'm going to figure out this audio part real quickly because this is.
I believe in you.
I also want to hear game sounds, but maybe a little less Chinese casting.
True.
Also,
well, maybe.
Okay.
I don't hear anything. But that's me.
I don't know. I don't know why this is not. Anyway, continue casting, Lennon. Get them.
Get them. Well, Dragon did end up getting started by D plus Kia, so they just reset and then came out to support Lucid, as Lucid had stayed back out on the map. I'm sure he's getting close to that second item now, but he's going to go for an invade. He'll be spotted out on the ward, but they still have pressure from mid and from bot lane. And Clear is realizing that he's going to be in some trouble here.
He's got Diablo coming now. He's
and
like,
he also
okay.
has Kellen.
That's fair, but look at how long it took Vikla. Remember, this started with Showmaker dying, but they got the Herald. Exactly, he eventually got it, but what was the trade for it? They lost the Dragon, they lost their mid-tier one anyway. Now there's a flank coming on through from Raptor. He has Cataclysm coming up now, but there's too many scattered fights right here. Vikla's going to maybe look for a Realm Warp into the mid lane. All it does is just mean that D plus Kia have to back themselves away from the mid position and basically stop what BFX were looking for.
And it feels even worse for BFX as they will end up getting second item on Lucid now. The Sundered Sky has been completed. His skirmishing power just rose through the roof. And we'll see if they want to try to pressure Atacon here. It does feel like DK are the ones that are kind of dictating the tempo of this game so far. And Lucid's even going for the double clear. What a Chad!
Well,
haven't seen that in a while.
Yep, ever since they added much more tighter leashes to the jungle camps, it's been a lot harder to multi-camp at the same time. Mostly just because Riot Games hates Fiddlesticks jungle players. That's fair. But an important spike here for BFX. We talked about the 2 items for our 280 carries, but Vikla also completes his Seraph's Embrace at the same time, and about a minute and a half before we see that Rod of Ages pop. So they don't have to fight around this Otacon. We've seen it has been a very important objective in the game, just in general. And I'm looking at the flowers. There aren't too many flowers for either team, so I don't think it would make or break a game state here if they were to lose it.
I think BFX are on the back foot here, though. They're going to lose a lot of the vision they just tried to set up. You also have a lot of pressure emanating from that bot lane. So you will be available to take these fights as Lucid and the rest of DK are looking in mid lane. Want to push down this tier 2. They are getting surrounded by BFX, but I think it might be too fast.
Oh, Raptor tried to look for something here. He's going to go on a Lucid.
Cataclysm on a Lucid, but Lucid should be fine. He's going to use the clone to get away, and aiming just takes down Raptor. Meanwhile, you had Clear go on the back line, but he is just whittled down to dust as a double kill comes through for aiming. There's going to be the Realm Warp to try to get into the fight in the bot side, but Siwu is just going to chase him down. Void Rush again, and one more auto. Can he do it? The beast is hungry, and it wants some blood. Gets it for the next knockup, but can't find it because the phase rush comes through from Vikla. He's going to try to make his way away. Meanwhile, Barrel almost falls. Diablo steps forward, goes for more. He gets one. He's looking for the 3-piece here, but he can't find it. Meanwhile, the Yakety Sax is continuing to play as Vikla goes down to Siwu.
Vikla got the level up, so he got more HP out of nowhere. Still ends up falling. Diablo flashes forward, almost gets aiming and Showmaker there. Aiming, you having to use his flash as a recompense. BFX, they lose a large majority of that fight, but still it is Diablo who stands. We take a look at this replay here, and it just feels a little too forced. Where is our team fighting right now? It looks like we're trying to go on to Lucid. Clear gets an ultimate. It gets onto... It actually targets Showmaker, so it doesn't stop the culling from aiming. But then Diablo's nowhere near this fight. That's the prescription from us, right? Like, let Diablo win and let him play team fights, because here he's transcendent and he basically almost 1v3s versus barrel aiming and Showmaker.
I mean, the fact that he was so close to getting the 3 kills in the end, they still lost tier 2. I just realized that as well. And meanwhile, we go back to live and they're losing even more. They lost the Atacon now. And about 4,000, 3,000 gold down as Glacial Fisher is going to come through. And there goes the Cyclone to shred all the armor and the hopes of BFX in this game, number 1. And it continues to be a landslide in favor of D plus Kia.
This is what we were worried about, Lennon. Talking about D plus Kia, they 2-0'd them in the quarterfinals. Have been undefeated. The only games they have lost were in the group stage, and it was in a single series. Aside from that, this team is undefeated here in the playoffs. So here in this knockout bracket, seeing D plus Kia taking an outstanding lead here at 23 minutes is not all that surprising. And now they're seeing 2, almost 3 items completed for some of their carries once they take their recalls.
Yeah.
This Baron in a minute is essentially going to call game.
Vikla thought he could sneak up on the Void Beast. Unfortunately, the Tremors, if you've never seen the movie, definitely indicate your position here. Siwu is looking for an angle onto Vikla, won't end up finding it. And you might be saying to yourself, you know, if you think back to the D plus Kia from their LCK season, you might have seen some leads being maybe thrown away occasionally, but I think it's been a different story for D plus Kia here in the ASI tournament itself. I think we have seen some shakiness, especially in maybe their first couple series, but since then, I mean, I feel like DK has been heads and above the best team in the tournament. We're going to see them try to flip a switch here onto the Dragon. Siwu tries to find an angle on the back line. Kellen and Raptor completely missed their engage. They didn't hit a single person with that. And that's just going to mean that DK wiped the floor with them. Put the mop in the bucket because you're done, BFX.
There it is. D plus Kia, they'll grab themselves the Dragon and put themselves on Soul Point. And if this game does go on for another 5 minutes, then that's probably just going to be it. Diablo's going for LDR third. I unfortunately think, brother, you might just need a Quicksilver Sash. It might be time to pay the tax.
Might be time.
This was good damage. this is the theoretical perfect fight here for BFX. You're putting damage onto aiming and barrel. You're stopping them from being able to move forward. But then there's just a flash ultimate from Malzahar, and that's kind of the fight done for them. As soon as Diablo is gone, the HP bars that BFX want to be able to leverage in these fights no longer a factor here. 15-5 is the kill score. 10,000 gold lead with a Baron at their backs. DK are looking very good here in this game number 1 of the best of 5.
And like 5 minutes ago, that was like a 2,000 or 3,000 gold lead. So that just shows you how quickly it ballooned, because they were just able to snowball that into literally every objective on the map, including the Baron. So here we are with about 3.5 items on aiming. About the same for everybody else on the team itself. We're getting a little bit closer for Showmaker on those 3 items, but more importantly, Lucid having his. And this is a DK that can be pretty proud of their performances so far in ASI. Obviously, they still need to finish out this series, but again, like I was saying, heads and above, the best team by far has taken on every challenge, has handily beat down a few LPL stardoms.
Maybe.
And I think it's feeling pretty good for the D plus Kia fans. Even if you aren't at Worlds, at least you're still performing.
The only 2 series we've actually seen BNK FearX beat D plus Kia in these iterations of the lineup were LCK season play-ins, so going into the playoffs for these 2 teams, and then rounds 3 and 5, week 12. So like towards the end, there's another Shiwu solo kill. This time on a Raptor. just get it over with, guys.
The fat lady's singing, and that signals the end, as Vikla is going to be the saving grace of DK, but he's not even going to be able to make it out of his rope warp. Oh, caught in the portal. And that should just be DK finishing this one strong. 12,000 gold up, and now a 1-0 lead in this best of 5. It's going to feel like a really good start. Hopefully we can see a little bit more life from BFX, but they were on that red side. Maybe they switched sides. So far, D plus Kia, dominant as ever.
There you go. Kind of what we were looking towards.
Now. Good job.
I know. I pressed technically 2 buttons because I also had to update the sheets so we can get the proper scores at the bottom here. And you made it through the entire game without disconnecting.
Without disconnecting. It's crazy. Spectrum, you answered my prayers.
Let's get through the rest of the broadcast before we say that. I don't know. I feel like BNK FearX didn't really apply themselves in the right way. Like, we are a team that wants to be able to scale. The fact that we got one of the dragons, one of the first 2 dragons, is actually very, very good. And a lot of our positioning, the coordination around fights just wasn't great. So the same way that we've seen BNK FearX win so many series here at ASI, where we are almost fully in the Diablo basket, kind of just didn't pop off in this one. And I know it's reflected in the damage there, but Vikla, I think, actually had an okay game here.
Yeah, I agree. But I just don't think you can do anything when you're getting solo poloed time and time again against you in the side lane. Like this Rek'Sai actually paid off huge in the counter pick. And the crazy part is it was a blue side counter pick in that way. So that feels a little extra bad. But really nice drafting setup from DK.
I want to check because he didn't play Rek'Sai top at all this year for Shibu.
Nope.
He has played Rek'Sai before. Okay, so it's probably the old Var. Who was actually playing it spring of last year in Challengers. Huh. There's 2 wins as well.
And
nice.
that wasn't when it was like super popular either.
That was the first time it like kind of popped off, like last year, because it was last year spring. I know some people were like, "Oh, it's the Cassante counter."
It was not the Cassante counter.
It was not the Cassante counter.
There were a lot of things that were like, "This is the answer to Cassante." No.
It turns out it was just Riot Games dev team. Riot Games dev team was the Cassante answer.
There you go.
I
still think he's
I
strong.
wonder who the MVP for this game is. Most likely it's going to be Shibu, especially
it
with
has
all
to
of
be.
these highlights. And this top side has been so impressive just this year alone. I think Shibu, while he's had a bit of a rockier first year in LCK, definitely seems like he has the hands and the mechanics to be able to play at this level. And Shibu now in his 2nd year playing in Tier 1, just very much a standout jungler. So that was a big question coming into tonight's series, was whether or not Clear and Raptor were going to be able to hold their own versus these 2.
For me, it's also just you can talk about all the big names on the rest of the team, right? And I think it's so important to realize that a lot of the best teams in the world pair up some veterancy with some newer blood. And while there has been some track record now over these last little bits for Lucid and Siwoo, I think it's so interesting to see how much of an impact these two guys are having. And yes, Showmaker, Aiming, Barrel, they're awesome. But it's also so cool to see some of those developing players still make a name for themselves on a big studded team like this.
Yeah. I don't know. This was a very, I don't want to say like an uneventful game, because we got a lot of cool solo kills, especially specifically from Siwoo, but a lot of the fights just didn't seem like they panned out here for B&K FearX. So kind of back to the drawing board back for the Fox, and hopefully we came into this series saying at least one game. If BFX can take one game, I think they can be, they can be a little bit prouder about themselves.
And I hope we get to see that. I hope we get to see a culmination of their efforts, because it has been a grueling push for them, right? You have to think about it, like being able to play all those games back to back with how tight this schedule has been, but then to come out with the victories that they did come out with, even though sometimes a little bit shaky. You definitely don't want it to end in a 3-0 against DK. But hey, for DK, it's kind of right as rain. Maybe from the beginning, something we called out about them, I think, in the first day of broadcast, because we were on the first game 2 out, is that we do expect them to be in the finals, to be the favorites of this tournament. At the time, it was, maybe a little biased, but we were like, oh, it's them and JDG. It's gonna be great. Who knew that we were gonna not have that? But DK definitely living up to the name. And I think doing not only their season, I think the last split number 3 was really interesting for them in terms of the ups and downs we saw from them, but to be able to kind of finish strong on a year that maybe didn't end up where they wanted it to.
The last slot for Worlds was basically, okay, is it going to be DK or is it going to be KT? And we saw, obviously, BDD's going to Worlds, and Showmaker has been at least very fun. He's been having a lot of fun on the Malzahar and the LeBlanc. Let's see what our MVP probably just...
No way, bro! Dude, they love Barrel. They give him all the praise. It's his first MVP, but man, Siwoo was robbed, bro.
Siwoo literally had 2 individual solo kills, and one of them was incredibly What are we doing? All right, Lennon, we just got to get through this coffee read at this point, because we got to thank a lot of people who have been helping out the show. If you would like to support LPL English, consider becoming a coffee member today. Coffee is the best way to support the LPL English project, since the vast majority of your contributions go directly to the show. A lot of the initial payments go immediately into upgrading the broadcast, but a large bulk of it goes to paying on-air talent and content creators. Subscribe to our coffee, linked in the chat, to unlock special perks like early access to our content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews, which, by the way, folks, we will be doing interviews at Worlds 2025. So if you have any questions, any burning questions you want to ask to the teams over in China, you gotta be subscribed on our coffee if you want to get access to that.
Yeah, it's gonna be really awesome. I know we had a lot of that going for MSI. It's gonna be really cool to be back for.
I forgot it was on that scene. I forgot it was on the one back scene.
Oh my god.
Send us to break,
But
Lennon.
anyways, we're going to break. We'll see you for game number 2. Welcome back. We got it. There's both of us now. Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Alec, and we're getting in game number 2 of our grand finals of ASI. It is D plus Kia 1-0 lead in this best of 5 over B&K FearX.
Yes, and to nobody's surprise, Beryl getting an MVP in game number 1. No one could have seen this coming.
You had to bring it back up, didn't you?
Look, it's only been 4 minutes, so someone had to do it.
Someone had.
But we talked about one of the things from this draft is that a lot of really important champions are gone. Obviously, Mbessa, not Zeri, but Yunara here for Diablo. So what are B&K FearX going to be leaning on as we get further into the series in game number 2?
Yeah, I think that's a big question. And I think it's sad because, again, when we were in that draft, we were like, D plus Kia kind of threw spaghetti at the wall. They had a little bit of everything. Sometimes it's not a good thing. Sometimes you want to, capitalize on one strength and really build that one up. We saw that with a little bit of the scaling, kind of the team fight special that BFX had, and weren't able to execute it. So do they feel like they can take that again? Do they go hyper scaling this time? Do they try to go with something a little bit earlier game? I think that's the big question on all of our minds. They were on red side last time around. The counter pick didn't really work out for them. I do wonder if they're going to be back on red side yet again.
I imagine that B&K FearX are going to be looking for blue side here. We have seen a bit of an exploration. Some of our other teams have been looking at red side, especially a team like Nongshim. We're using red side in games 2 and game 3 of some of their series. And maybe if this series ends up going to 5, we will see a little bit more of that experimentation in draft. I'm using the illegal summit tech, and I am currently looking through this person's stream to see that we are in draft here.
As Raz had said beautifully on his stream, don't put the computers in view of each other. Then you just get caught, man. God, dude. It's simple, man. It's little
Mazel
things.
is not advocating for ways to get around cheating.
Not at all. Whatsoever. Not at all. BFX going to be on that blue side, so they did end up switching sides. It is going to be the Corki, Aurora, LeBlanc band, so heavy focus on Showmaker this time around. A little bit of that mid lane focus for DK as well, but they did add on that Rumble on top of it all. So a lot of solo lane from both teams.
Yeah, Rumble was banned last time around for Siwu when they were on blue side. They're going for the Scion immediately here. Seems like they want to just make sure that Clear has a champion that is going to be a neutralizer, that doesn't have very many hard lanes. I say that, I feel like Shiwu, if he really wanted to, could pick up something like a Gwen here if he was really feeling it. Also the Jax, which is another one of the only few champions he has played here in this tournament, would do well as the game does go on, but also means that Nico has made it on through, who is a ban in the second phase of game number 1.
Yep, and that's going to be immediately picked up for Beryl. A lot of setup from that bot side in terms of the team fight. Maybe a little bit more consistent with that this time around to start us off, but they always get the 1-2 punch, so we'll see what kind of answer they What is Mimi doing?
Mimi.
What is Mimi doing? She's just like jumping around.
Yep, she's
adorable.
Just going in my chair. Thank you.
Nice. We need the Mimi cam. Just replace me, bro. Just come on, call me off already.
Okay. Hey, wait a minute. You were literally like, no, I want to cast the finals, please.
But Mimi's so much better than me.
I didn't say that, okay? I just wanted to be known I wasn't the one that said that. Okay.
We do get the
further
Jax,
into this draft. Yeah, exactly as you're mentioning. So Shibu is still sticking to more of the champion pool that we know him for here in ASI. And for B&K FearX, okay, the Vi. I mean, sure, Jarvan, Wukong are off the table here. You want champions that are going to have direct line of access. I think also just makes the game simpler, which we were calling for in game number 1. Just the ease of execution needs to kind of be there for this team to make sure that Diablo can carry.
Yeah, and we saw moments. We saw little tiny moments in that game number 1 of his potential to carry. And he's going to have the Kaisa this time, so that killer instinct going to be extremely important to find the positioning for. And a lot more onus on him again in game number 2.
Hell yeah, but it's Kaisa, okay?
It's
Kaisa can do a lot more than a...
Not LPL Kaisa, but it is
Not
Kaisa.
an LPL Kaisa. You're right. I think this is okay. One thing that will be needed to note here, though, that I am expecting that this could be an AP Kaisa just so that it's a little easier to deal with champions like Jax. Jax, especially for what we are seeing, I think with these 3 champions, does operate pretty well with the Counter-Strike versus a lot of them. And B&K Fearex, they're going to have to walk into a team fight. They're kind of going for not a dive, but very similar to something that looks like it, versus a team that has a Nico, a Jax, a Zinzao. Like, all of these champions have abilities to deal with what they're showing.
You know what'd be really good at this comp?
What's up?
Ambessa.
Nope. Fearless said
no.
no.
I that's the point.
Yeah.
That's the, they grabbed it last game. They weren't able to get it with this kind of dive-centered comp. But they will have a little bit of front line for themselves. I do find the Zinzao interesting. Has fallen off a cliff in terms of priority, but still giving Lucid some of that skirmish setup that he really, really loves to have. And now they need to kind of tie that all together in the second phase as we do get the Talia and the Alistar ban from DK, while the Xayah ban already from BFX.
Also means that Trundle is very weirdly not allowed to be played in this game because BFX decided to opt for the Vi blind tier. So, second phase of draft, no mid laners chosen for either team. I feel as if for D plus Kia, since you know that the Kaisa is here, you kind of want to just take whatever AD carry aiming is going to want and then allow for Showmaker to get counterpick. And for more information, again, one of the biggest things coming into this tournament that we were looking towards was Showmaker's champion pool. He's played some of the most champions, unique champions throughout the year, thanks to Fearless. So hopefully we get to see a little bit more from that. And it is going to be the return of Caitlyn. Hopefully a little bit better than our LPL representative in Light.
I got a little bit more terrified for Diablo now in that lane. The Caitlyn range is going to be very hard to deal with. The Nico lockdown, very hard to deal with for that low range carry. So maybe seeing what Diablo can do later on into the game once it's more team fight centric, as we'll see what they want to finish out with. They still need to grab their support. They'll go ahead and start with the Ahri, tried and true combo with the Vi in the mid lane jungle combo.
I wish this was a Nautilus from Kellen, I'll be honest. I think Nautilus gives you the point and click ability of his ultimate to make plays happen, and Rel can be a little susceptible to getting taken down by champions like a Jax or a Zinzao once we get into later game skirmishes. So what is going to be the pick here for Showmaker? Because I feel like their champions in isolation win a lot of their lanes, but when it comes to team fights, I don't feel like the identity is quite as cohesive. It's going to be a Lissandra on 5, so I'll be honest, Lennon, kind of similar to game number 1. I feel like D plus Kia have opted for drafts that have basically said, okay, we're going to stop whatever you want to do before you can get going. And not necessarily building in something that is a painting or an idea of something.
I know it's a little bit old now, but you know the whole wait. That's their whole theme this time around. They're just gonna be holding off BFX's attempts, because I do think that B&K Fearex, they need to have advantages. Like, you don't draft this Vi Ahri without finding advantages, without finding a lead through that mid jungle. If you're not, then yes, you still have the utility, you still have that kind of point and click, I'm gonna take down one champion, but you really want to have a bit of an advantage. And that's also where we look at last game, where D plus Kia had so much objective control. Like, we had a dragon, maybe 2 go the way of BFX, but now you're on the blue side. You have a little bit of a different style comp. I'm really wondering which version of BFX we get now.
It's so confusing to me. Just BFX, like, we have a champion that can allow for Diablo to make space and play the fights. He has a lot of agency to himself because he is playing the Kaisa. And Vi Ahri has, you were mentioning lack of priority or dropping in terms of how popular these duos are. Vi Ahri has completely fallen out. Nerfs to Ahri, nerfs to Vi in particular, other champions kind of rising up as well. The addition of Trundle to the game, I feel we have definitely seen these two kind of fall off. And for BFX, they can scale it later into this game. I think they have so many tools to make things happen. It's just whether or not DK are going to allow them. So tracking early dragons are going to be very, very important for me.
And I also think Showmaker is going to have a little bit more say in this one as well. I know he had a lot of big impact on that Malzahar, but especially the pressure he can provide in mid lane to keep the roaming nature of the Ahri in lane and in check is going to be extremely important in this one, especially earlier on. I do expect the action to be kicked off by the jungles, and we'll see what kind of pathing they want to take early. I'm sure we'll be getting game here soon, maybe just a few little difficulties before we do.
Maybe they're just trying to. It's LCK versus LCK here.
Got to make sure we take time.
Yeah. Lennon, how's your day been? I know you said you were a little busy.
Oh, it was
Obviously,
awful.
There
It was great, and then it was awful.
Oh.
I also spent 3 hours stuck in a parking garage today. It's the first time that's ever happened to me, and I hope it never happens to me again. I was parked on the 5th floor. The exit got broken, I guess, and then it's the classic. Like, you're 5 stories up on a giant parking garage. There's like tons of people leaving at like 5 p.m. So everybody's trying to leave at the same time, and everybody has to be the kind person to let the other people out, and then you just end up stuck.
Well, you're supposed to do that. That is what you're supposed
people
to
backing, like, so little thing. Like, I was waiting for 3 hours, right? And there were people that would just like come in, get in their car, and then be like way in front of me, even though they just got to their car. And I'm sitting there waiting in my car. I've been here for 3 hours. Let me out. And it doesn't happen, dude. I felt like I was in purgatory. We didn't move. We're stuck in it was an experience that I hope never happens again.
So we can make a comparison here. What was worse, 5-hour pause on NACL for the promotion tournament, or waiting in a parking garage?
I didn't have to do the pause, so the parking garage.
Hey, there we go. It's a Shibu hardware issue, so it's not our fault. You can see on the screen. Hopefully, there's a typo in there. It says, instead of the staff, it says the stuff are handling.
The stuff are handling.
That is true.
Is your stuff handling it? How was your day? Did you also get stuck in a parking garage?
No, I've been home all day.
I see.
Not great news, but also my sleep schedule is just very boo. Hey, okay, cool.
Hey,
about
rotating banners, rotating. We're rotating. We're getting into game number 2 now.
I asked Kai, producer for the show and just observer across the world. Oh, Lucid does lose his flash. Those rotating banners are a mistake. They're supposed to be set before the game when you have access to Tournament Realm. So the people
I want to figure out what the blue ones
are.
are.
Those are the Worlds ones, because those are in the style of Worlds. They just didn't set all of the banners.
Nice. I like the rotating. It makes it feel
Yeah.
homegrown.
The Worlds banners are part of Summoner's Rift, like this version of Summoner's Rift while we are at Worlds. And the actual banners themselves, you can choose them as the lobby host / creator. So there's different banners for different leagues. So like LTA
rotating
has one,
banner
LPL
supremacy.
Ones. Yeah, it's supposed to be different. Obviously, it's a bug. We are seeing that aiming and barrel are staying in this lane. We're going to get a lot of damage down onto Kellen.
And that early ward going to play him out, but we take a look at the map state. We do have the lane swap-a-rooney coming through. So Diablo said, just like we had said from draft, I do not want to go into a Caitlyn Nico lane with my lack of range. We're going to play away from that.
All right. Jax feels like a very good champion to play into marksmans, though. Particularly marksmen that don't have dashes or any kind of mobility. So Diablo needs to be careful. Also, we saw this in the Nongshim series last night. He got solo killed as Yunara versus Ornn. So hopefully we don't get that from Diablo. It is also going to be Lucid losing out on his Raptors camps here. So good job here from BNK Fearx's jungler to get a little bit of early information as well as steal some resources from his opponents.
And we will see the opposite side pathing for both junglers again, but on the other side this time around. A little bit flipped, as want to see if they actually end up going for anything with these kinds of mirrored starts with the invades coming through and the kind of vertical setup that we have going on potentially here.
I think that's very interesting, by the way, that we're seeing Lucid immediately react to his Raptors being taken by going to blue buff. Now, he's not going to finish all of these camps. You can see that Diablo's trying to crash this wave. They know that Kellen should be on his way over here, now spotted on a ward. I think Kellen showing like this at level 1 basically saved Diablo at least maybe a little bit of HP, if not a summoner spell here. So good forethought and
Vikla.
movement coming in from Kellen.
Yeah, I think that early roam means a lot, especially just for the gravitas you bring to the top side if you are going to be around there. But Vikla was almost caught in the mid lane, although they did end up seeing Lucid pathing down towards his bot side. The pressure is still on, though, Alk. I mean, they are continuously pushing in this bot side, and Clear is not having a good time. I'm just going to say that right now.
You signed up for he literally B1 Scion. I think he knew what his job was today.
But the power of Caitlyn is push and move. You just pound the turret, get as many plates as you can, move Caitlyn somewhere else, get more gold, and the snowball is just too much to handle a lot of the time.
Well, let's see what the case is here, because he's only up 100 gold, right? And similar things were being achieved. Also, you look at the top side right now, Raptor is going to be able to get a respawn camp here of Lucids. And he also has his support in the area. They have Prio for mid. So while the Caitlyn is getting strong, I feel like the other parts of BNK Furex's map are actually doing fine for themselves, if not gaining minor advantages there. And Scion, outside of Jackson a side lane, I have very, very high hopes for what he's able to do in this game, because really nobody from the side of D plus Kia deal with him very well.
At some point later on, Caitlyn will, but it's going to be a long way.
Yeah, she hits him for 4,000 headshots, and by the time that happens, he's already in zombie form and punching her in the head. Like, there's not much room. You and I both should know, Scion versus a Caitlyn, not fun, even if we have items. It takes a long time to punch through his HP bar.
Definitely does. As we get thinking a little bit about these objective setups we had seen last time in game number 1, D plus Kia on the blue side had full and total neutral objective control early on into the game, even going for that early dragon, getting all 3 grubs. See if that's going to be a different case this time, Alk.
At least you see that Lucid does have the ability to move. I want to see what our mid laners are looking like right now, because it's not going to be this wave, but the next one that grants them level 6. And I think that's going to open up a lot of play patterns for both of our teams. Now it's Kellen finding a little bit of an engage, but has to be careful, because he's not only going to lose a lot of his HP here. His jungler is not going to be able to move first. This might ruin BFX's timer to go for drag.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to feel confident now that Kellen doesn't really have much health left. Did have to burn the heal. So we're going to see the charm in mid lane. Showmaker getting chunked down by Vikla. But you could see there was a 3v3 brewing on the bot side. Lucid's going to go ahead and start up the dragon now. Pull it out of the pit as well. As Clear actually getting the better of Siwu in the top side. But that's still going to be the first dragon over DK, and that's going to feel real nice.
Yep. Good trades coming in from D plus Kia, making sure they can stabilize these lanes. Ultimate's now available for our mid laners. Want to see if we can get Vikla to move around the map. He's been able to get priority very early on. That'll continue to be the case, because it's just a lot easier and simpler for an Ahri to move around the map. But if he doesn't have prio, if his lanes can't really keep up versus the double ranged of the Caitlyn and Nico, then things become a lot more difficult, and it becomes unclear as to what this team is going to be able to get done just around the map.
A little bit of proxy farming in the top side going through for BFX, but I love it. And I think I want to talk about it a little bit more, as, you know, we talked so much about the combo of Vi, Ahri, but do you want to gank a Lissandra? I don't think so. Like, I think even with that combo, it's difficult as a little bit of a healthier mid laner, but it's all, especially with the CC chaining that you can have and the exit with the claw. I just think it dissuades Raptor from really wanting to pull this combo off.
Yes, I think if you can grab Lissandra ult or force her away, she does have pretty high or pretty intensive mana costs. So as long as you can keep Lissandra stuck in lane, she can't really move all that well. I think it would suck, obviously, to lose out or trade 2 for 1 in terms of ults versus Showmaker. But if Lissandra can't join, her abilities are pretty weak. She's essentially gated around how powerful her passive and her ultimate are. So I think it's not at all a too bad a trade, especially because Vikla's ult is going to be a rather short cooldown. Now, I say all this, Lennon, and I'm immediately depressed, because I see a Catalyst of Aeons being built for an Ahri. That means that the combo is not going to deal damage. We are basically just building to maybe get a couple of rotation of spells off. Maybe we have higher uptime on our charm, but I'm
bad,
not
man.
too enthusiastic about it.
Yeah, and we did end up seeing the lane adaptation from DK. They did end up bringing... Oh, we got an engage on Diablo. That's going to be the cleanse down. That's actually a pretty big cooldown. Aiming had gone to topside very early, but DK behind the ball on the grub play, as there was a couple setups in mid lane that BFX were looking for, did end up losing the Spirit Rush from Vikla. Showmaker is doing his damnedest to take down this side lane turret, but that will be all 3 grubs to BFX.
Wait, I think Showmaker can get one more plate after the wave, because Clear's going to have to use his ultimate to get here. Showmaker's going to maybe get one more. I think you're allowed to at this point. You see everybody else. Maybe you don't see where Avaya is, but you should have an idea as to where her camps are going to be. Showmaker gets paid. Those were 2 plates.
No!
And B&K fear. Oh,
He's going to go for it.
There
okay,
we go.
There we go. My goat.
There we go. But I don't really see BFX being a team that uses the grubs all that well. I think this is more of a stopgap measure to make sure that your opponents aren't able to get more with this Caitlyn.
And still some very interesting lane assignments coming through from BFX. They are sending Vikla up towards topside to deal with the 2v1. See who will be in the mid lane dealing with Diablo and Kellen. And it's really just back to the ticket item of Caitlyn wanting to push in side lane turrets and get as much gold as possible.
So let's do a little bit of a check-in. We're at 9.5 minutes. He has about a 20 CS lead. Doesn't have calls, so Diablo will be able to make up some of this gold deficit, but down about a 400 gold. Aiming got 3 plates bottom lane. If he can get a little bit more, they still have about 4 minutes before they go down. I want to make a check-in at 14 minutes and see where our Caitlyn is at, because if the gold lead isn't too overwhelming in any of the lanes, especially in the Caitlyn, feeling not all that bad for our chances on BFX.
Yeah, for sure. I do love to see that Lucid and Raptor still willing to kind of go at it in the jungle, although Lucid got the better of the Raptors there. Still going to be behind holistically in the jungle camps. We'll try to catch up with that while finishing up his side of things. We are going to get the reset coming out from the bot lane of DK. I'm sure they'll go back mid lane. And Diablo almost stopping Chiwoo's setup of the back there. As okay, it's going to be aiming going back down towards bot side. We do have that dragon up in about a minute.
If we were just looking at this as a pretty bland game, it is 1,000 gold lead here for DK, but the lane matchups, Jax is even, or Sion is even, Raptor is slightly ahead of his opponent, Vikla's going even. Everything feels good here for BFX. I say that now, Raptor loses half his HP, but this does stall the Caitlyn and Nico from being able to push on side lanes. So all in all, I'm still actually really happy with where BFX are. It's just the first dragon going over is very problematic, and they're going to be resetting late coming into this next objective spawning on the bottom side.
I'm curious because, okay, we're going to see a little bit of that damage coming out from Siwoo against Clear. You see that Jax getting decently strong in the side lane. He's going to get a lot of answers up here from Raptor and Kellen, but we see a stop off for the mantle and the boots here for Vikla, so he's going to be even more delayed on the rod, and we already had the completion from Showmaker.
Okay. Raptors looking for something on top side. We're just ignoring the dragon here. They put so much vision on this side of the map. Siwoo is going to spot out Kellen. Doesn't know that Raptor is here. Kaisa can also join with the Killer Instinct. This could turn into a big trade here for BFX.
Grandmaster's Challenge going to come in. They're scared, though. They go back in with the unstoppable onslaught, but missing. Here comes Diablo, though, over the top. Killer Instinct isn't going to be enough. Siwoo will finally fall. Raptor getting so low, but BFX were able to execute the dive and get first blood.
All right, so they get a kill, which is worth 300 gold onto Diablo. They get maybe 2 or 3 plates. I want to see what topside is going to look like. But while this is happening, D+, they get the second dragon of the game. They're going to get a turret in bottom side and had to get the TP, or had to move Vikla into mid to stop Showmaker from also raising this turret. He got 2 plates top. Okay, like, Caitlyn is still going to be about 300 gold ahead, and all we did was basically go even in gold and lose the scaling game, in my opinion. We're going to now have a Dragon Soul coming up in maybe 15 minutes, or in 10 minutes, I should say, if D+ Kia can get the next one after this.
Yeah, if they can continue snowballing that objective lead. It is a little bit more even this time around in those objectives, which is nice to see from BFX. This has definitely been a more buttoned up affair from B&K Fear X, and I think that's going to feel really good for them. But we are on first items now coming up for majority members. We had the collector completed for aiming on the other side for DK, a couple other items, as well as that Sundered Sky there for Lucid. On the other side, though, it is going to be the kind of answer in exactly both those positions with their first items completed. I think it's going to feel pretty nice for Raptor in terms of being able to kind of kick fights off now with the healing of the Sundered Sky.
I thought it was so funny. Chronicler joined our stream last night, or joined the Twitch chat earlier last night, and I was like, "Hey, one, you missed out, or you know D+ are playing tomorrow, so because I know he's a big Lucid fan, you can come back tomorrow. But also, Diablo getting 6 out of 7 pogs, and he goes, yeah, that sounds about right. And we're gonna need to see that. I mean, he's almost done with his cull here. I expect that he'll be closer to his second item, maybe around the time that the Herald spawns. But kind of has to be that big ticket player for this team if they want any chance, because all of their games have basically been on the back of this Rookie of the Year candidate.
Yeah. And it's nice to see, a culmination of their year being him versus aiming, more established player in that, right? And being able to kind of take him to task if he can. Still down pretty heftily, though, about 500 gold, but it's still very much more even than game number 1. So we get back into things here. About 30 seconds for the Rift Herald setup. I'm sure both teams will be vying for it.
Okay, so let's see what else we can get from just D+ Kia, right? Like, they're the ones that have been playing with a lot of priority here in this game. Also, I just want to note that Showmaker finished his Rod of Ages 4 whole minutes before Vikla did. That's going to be a little painful to deal with. And with pushing lanes on specifically the side lane, anytime Showmaker gets to go into Fog of War, anyone that's sitting in mid lane needs to be very, very afraid, because there could be on these Raptor camps, suddenly there's a Lysandra coming over the wall, and you might just get forced out. Now they're making a big investment. Clear's moving forward. He's going to call down the ultimate.
Going on to Barrel. Oh my god, Barrel sidesteps the charm. The Decimating Smash still comes in, and he is not tanky enough to survive. Cease and Desist going to go through with the vision onto Lucid, and now Lucid's about to go down. Tries to pop the Crescent Guard, but he will not survive. And this is the power of BFX's comp. They are really using this kind of lockdown CC single target that they have beautifully.
That was a good punish, even with Barrel showing some fancy feet. Still ends up going down. Opens up 2 now an objective with alongside it. And B&K Fear X's solo lanes, they got to save their summoner spell, so they teleport right back into the side lanes. They stop any kind of push coming in from D+ Kia. And, I mean, the kills are going in the right spot. We take a look at this replay. Vikla gets to use some of his bonus HP. I like the idea here from Clear. Like, I'm going to stop the ult because I don't want to run into Nico clone. This is a good punish onto Barrel, and a good connect from the rest of the team. Raptor immediately sending the ultimate onto Lucid, and then Diablo gets to fly in, gets the kill as well. Like, this is the B&K Fear X that I wanted to see playing in this grand final, because they had been so fun to watch in the lower bracket against both Weibo and both against Nongshim.
That's why we came into the day saying we didn't think, or at least didn't want it to be a 3-0 for DK. As this is a very scrappy BFX team, especially here in this tournament. And now they have everything set out in front of them. We do still have one objective to be the decider on the feats of strength, but you have to expect that this Rift Herald is going to be yet another boon of gold for B&K Fear X.
All right, so Kaisa gets to catch this mid. We didn't get to do the proper check-in point for aiming, as aiming uses the ultimate to try to force Diablo off the wave. He's 30 CS up, but barely 100 gold over his opponent. Not spelling very good things for D+ Kia. Potential engage coming in from Rapper.
And this is all you have to do. This is literally their bread and butter. They just go on a one target and take him down. Now they separate that onto Barrel, but he is gone. Lucid's going to fall too, and DK have just fallen straight for the bait. Like 3 times in a row. Showmaker's going to get one of the resets. TP's going to come in, but it's not going to be nearly in time. He's going to go ahead and go a little bit golden there, at least with that frozen tomb. Raptor's going to have to flash away. Siwoo is trying to do his darndest, but that's multiple times now. D+ Kia have just gone straight into the trap jaws of BFX.
And they do get 2 kills, I want to note. And if they were able to maybe kill Showmaker or they move off of that play, that could have turned into a dragon here for BFX. Doesn't end up being the case. Check back in on this replay. Comes in from Fog of War. There's not much to be done here. Also, the Kaisa gets to fly in with the Killer Instinct. Barrel with a nothing burger of an ultimate. This is just good play coming in from BNK. And D+Kia just not really playing up to how their composition really wants to try and make things happen. Caitlyn sets down the traps. Showmaker with this Lissandra tries to lock down individual members. Now we're going to see BFX try to siege onto mid lane, but D+ at 18.5 minutes are going to be on Soul Point.
Yeah, and they're going to get the feats of strength here as well with that completion. So, DK, through seemingly nothing, find something. And they're actually going to look for even more onto the bot side of the map here as they go for the invade. Diablo is going to get that top side outer turret, so he's going to get a little bit more gold for BFX to continue propelling this lead forward. And DK, we're just hovering around mid lane with 4 bodies.
I wonder if Mountain Soul is going to be enough to stop BFX, because it doesn't add much raw combat power in terms of damage. It's just mostly a stat ability that gives you more resistances and the shield if you're able to accomplish the soul. I wonder if that is necessarily going to essentially dig D+Kia out of the hole that they're in, because if you kind of take away some of the CS leads, particularly from aiming, I mean, there's a 1,500 gold lead opening up in the jungle right now. Raptor has been so much more effective than Lucid here, and maybe that is to kind of note that there's not all that much engage from D+Kia, right? We noted that from draft.
You have an easy engage button from BFX. You literally hit R, and you have your entire team follow up on you, and it's a very low
well, that's what
bar
Nico
of execution.
does, right?
Yeah, but it hasn't worked. As now Lucid is going to be locked down. Pop Blossom finally lands on what to be a 3-man bouncy castle onto DK. Lucid tries to go over and get Diablo, but he'll fall anyways. And I think we're finally getting that BFX that we were hoping to see tonight, Alk, as it is a giant lead that they have over DK early.
Oh, Caitlyn versus Sion. He just walks at him. Vikla ends up picking up the kill. Aiming, this is how you get punished for building Collector. You knew you were going to have to play against a tank top laner at some point in this fight, in this game. Well, turns out it's also going to be an Otacon going over, so BFX, they win a 4-kill fight. They lose nobody in trade, and they'll get the Otacon. So we might have a series on our hands here with BFX taking their first game win against D+ this entire tournament.
And hey, Godgwall has not switched sides. He is still going to be on BNK Fear X's side. And very good wake-up call, or at least wake-up moment from BFX as we take a look back at this one. And it just, again, these fights kicked off by BFX, but it's like they're walking into a full feast buffet here.
Look at where aiming is. Aiming is nowhere near this engagement. You have maybe Lucid who can do a little bit. Shibu ends up being late to this fight. Not all the members of DK get to be there when the fight is started by BFX. That ultimate from McKellen came down and really made the fight so much easier for their team.
It did indeed, and now we're sitting with Lucid at 0-3 to his counterpart 2-0-6 Raptor. That's another matchup that we really wanted to highlight tonight, especially with the robust performances we've been seeing from Lucid, but Raptor giving him a run for his money on this one with the Vi. 2 picks that have fallen out of contention but still find their way into it. Aiming going to flash over, and Diablo's going to follow him right away. Gets the big kill there. Now going to get flashed on by Lucid. Trying to get the kill here on a Diablo, but he can't do it. Diablo's just standing tall, and Raptor punches him in the face. He goes down now too. Vikla is by himself on the other side of the fight. They still end up finding the pick on a Siwoo as well, and that's going to be 3 dead for DK.
There it is. That is a huge fight win for them. Raptor even goes forward trying to kill Barrel, but he has way too much HP to be taken down by his counterparts. D+Kia just look lost here as they do not have strong and consistent ways to be able to find and start fights. We're seeing it just time and time again. I asked whether or not the Mountain Soul was going to be enough of an insurance policy to get them back into this game. I don't even think they get to see the Soul here in a minute.
Yeah, no way, as BFX will continue to have control. They are going to get a little bit of a late reset from Raptor here, but should just be fine. Clear is also going to take down an outer turret, get even more gold, as a 6,000 plus gold lead is developed for BFX after that very tough game number one. It's going to feel really good to wake up into the series. The Showmaker still pretty hefty in the side lane, but really hasn't been a big impact thus far, as BFX now just continuously looking as they're moving onto the top side of the map.
No, Showmaker might be dead here. Does have ult coming up. Also has his flash. Doesn't use the claw.
He does still have the Frozen Tomb. He's trying to wait for the cease and desist to come through so he can keep it out of the lockdown. He's going to have to use it now. Pop Blossom, meanwhile, in the transitionary fight as Diablo is still just free firing. And please just go next, DK. I don't know where you went in game number 2, but it's not in the game. And BFX have shown up in force. This has been a holistic team effort from a team that has shown so much grit in this tournament.
Everybody showing up here. I mean, Clear with the first pick Scion, he knew what his job was going to be, and he has been so resilient. I don't think D plus Kia gave themselves very many options to deal with a tank like this. I think you just look across the board. Raptor had one of his best games of the tournament by far. Viklik just gets to play an Ahri that gets to play Engage, and Diablo, I mean, every time we watch this kid play, he looks like an incredible AD carry talent. Now, they're going to pick up Shibu on the backside of this. I think mostly just slows down their game. Would have preferred if they took a turret here, especially a top tier 2 or a mid lane one. But Dragon going to be started by BFX with an objective bounty on top of it.
All the gold you could ever ask for. It's like Christmas.
Yeah.
That's a throwback to behind the scenes. Anyways, it is going to be a denial of that soul. We're actually going to take a look back at this fight and some of the pullback that BFX had in this transition.
So what exactly happened here? They never pulled the trigger. Beryl barely gets the ultimate at the end. Okay, cool. Cleanse from Diablo. Ults himself as well. Doesn't walk on the Caitlyn trap. I was a little worried about that, not gonna lie.
Aiming auto-attacked one time.
That's why this Caitlyn, look, it just proves that it wasn't Light's fault. This Caitlyn champion just sucks.
True. It's almost like maybe don't give Diablo Kai'Sa. I don't know. Maybe. Who knows?
Maybe. Honestly,
don't give any ADCs Kai'Sa at this point. It's been a pretty dominant pick and continues to be a meta staple. But now an 8,000 gold lead for BFX.
Okay. Well, now let's see how BFX are able to clean this one out right now, because you haven't seen them really progress the game. They still have 3 grubs. We are going to have a Baron, which you always need to be very worried about when there's a Kai'Sa on the enemy team. And, I mean, there are not many ways. Like, basically, the only way that I see D plus Kia coming back in this game is they need to have a miracle fight here. Showmaker is looking for level 16, gets it now, and will have the ability to teleport into this play.
Showmaker's been very invisible so far in this game. Can this Lissandra have an impact? We'll find out. Pop Blossom there onto Raptor. Raptor's getting locked down. Vikla makes it out with the Spirit Rush. Siwoo cannot get the kill against Raptor. Now Vikla found the angle with the flank, but the resets for the Spirit Rush. And oh my God, the man Showmaker that hit level 16, he is still completely invisible. And BFX go 21-3, trying to make it 22. This game number 2 against DK has been a huge come up for B&K Fear X as they go for the Baron.
Massive stomp here. And we look at this replay. Clear gets to sit in front. This is just so tanky from Raptor. The ultimate only lands on the top jungle. I like the theory behind this play. If we can kill their jungler, they're a little less secure about potentially starting up the Baron, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, they're just getting ran in these fights. Now there's too much of a goal lead, too much of an experience differential across some of these lanes that I don't think DK have very many options left here. It is Lucid. We're going to come back from the replay. He's going to die to Vikla and Kellen. And, all right, BFX.
GG.
Let's wrap it up. Let's wrap this one up.
Yeah, you know, it would be nice to not be up till 9 a.m. PT, but hey, I would like a series as well. That would be nice.
You said a 4 or 5 game series. That's going to happen
because
regardless.
we know it's going to be that. Because these teams, I mean, not DK, but BFX have just shown the high highs and the low lows throughout the tournament. I think obviously goes to show some of the development, some of the meshing that had happened over the year for BFX. And I think it's really interesting now to see this contrast from game 1 to game 2, what the blue side brings for them, but also what a much more, I feel like, stable draft in terms of we want to find one target, kill one target, then move on to the next. And the way that they executed it kind of aligned very well.
Remember, we also came out of draft saying that D plus Kia's draft does not really have a super strong identity outside of just being like counters to their opponents. Like, we got the top lane counter later into the game with the Jax. We got the mid lane counter with the Lissandra into Ahri. We have the bot lane 2v2 that should be very good into Kai'Sa's weak early game. But laning phase also hasn't been important for, I would say, about a year and a half now with lane swaps being in the game at a pro level anyway. So winning the lane hasn't necessarily been the most important part of the game. So we're going to see BFX look to put the finishing touches on this game number 2.
Dude, it's like stealing candy from a baby at this point. BFX are going to be licking on a lollipop and feeling really nice. As it's going to be 3 kills to Diablo. Maybe even looking for a 4th here. Maybe try to give him Penta? Let's see. Oh, clear, bro, clear. That was his Penta.
That was a Penta. That would have been the second Penta of the tournament.
He flashes into the turrets just to know that he did wrong as BFX clean up after game number 1 and hand us a series 1-1 tie against DK in this best of 5.
There we go. All right. Oh, I have to update the sheets. Wait a minute. All right. Ooh, that's the wrong number.
50. They won 50.
There we go. It's a 1.
Look at that. I like that you got the delay.
Gotta throw it up. Throw it up.
The movie magic, if you will. All right. Well, it is a roundabout, couple stops in the end for 2 games in a row. Hoping we get a little bit more contested games in this series. But if you see, that's a lot of zeros on the side of D plus Kia in terms of their stats.
No grubs. No wins.
No turrets? Did I see that?
Yeah.
No.
They actually.
They did. No, they got.
I think some of those were bugged. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, they were. That's why I was making a joke of it. Literally all zeros.
This is the first time that D plus Kia have lost since the group stage. A team other than Weibo have finally defeated them in a game. I think that is worthy enough of praise. And just a reminder, the last best of 5 that we saw these 2 play was a D plus Kia win. It was a 3-1. The BSFI before that was also a 5-game series that we ended up seeing B&K Fearx win. So
yeah,
maybe there's a little bit more on the cards here for tonight's games.
Hey, 4 or 5 games, we said it. But honestly, it just a little peek in. Like, do you just chalk this one up for DK? Like, what was the problem? Was it the draft? Like, I don't know, because I feel like there were some systematic issues.
They also played pretty.
Yeah,
bad.
That's what I want to highlight. Is like they literally just walked into a shotgun trap, and were wondering why their head got blown off.
I don't think that they had very many ways of being able to play. Like, they had to basically leverage their winning lanes to turn into basically a winning game state. And for the most part, I would say the game went fine, right? We got the first 2 dragons of the game. We didn't get the grubs for one reason or another, but then it turns into, okay, we actually don't have barrel on like primary engage. We don't have very many ways of getting into a fight. You're basically sending your Sins out into a backline, and that sounds really, really miserable.
Yeah, you don't have any primary engage at least, and that's also something that probably will be important at Worlds too. But something we've seen over this split 3 and into this tournament itself is if you don't have a center point of engage, I don't think comps work in this meta. Like it's so difficult, especially when the other team has that. And we saw that multiple. Like they had so many engage angles that they were able to use consistently.
So who do we think MVP? Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Raptor. Right. Okay. Diablo got set up a lot, yes, but I feel like Raptor had a very, very strong game.
All he had to do was hit R, bro.
Okay, and most AD carries, all he had to do is right-click.
But that's not what Diablo did. Diablo did this time. He found angles.
He right-click. He pressed R and then he
right-clicked real good. Yeah, exactly. But he has to position his R. He has to find the angle, do the math.
I'm sure.
Bro, I love it because you were the one glazing Diablo.
It's not
like,
glaze. It's real.
I don't want to give him the MVP. Screw that guy.
Give it to me. Yeah.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Yes. carries.
All right.
We already got.
all right.
I think the AD carries are just gonna get robbed tonight, considering we didn't give it in the last game.
Dude, they should have given it to Kellen.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe that's true.
What a game, though. And I think D plus Kia will be going back to the drawing board themselves. I know we said that for B and K for X after game number 1. It's going to be very similar for D plus Kia. We will see. Okay, 3 out of 5. Not too shabby, not too shabby. I'm surprised we didn't get a single Callan vote, but okay. But we do end up getting a tied series 1-1. We are going to come back after a short little break for that game number 3. Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Alk and producer Alk as well. Two people are better than one. We do have D plus Kia and B&K Fear X going a little bit further. Maybe not the distance just yet, but it is tied 1-1 at least. And in this best of 5, in this grand final, nothing more important than actually having a little bit of a contested series, as maybe some people were thinking that D plus Key were coming in as a 3-0 favorites. We do at least get some of that story for B&K Fear X told.
Yeah, and winners, by the way, number 1 in this tournament gets 600,000 yuan. Second place is 400,000, so still not a decent amount, not too bad, a bit about a dosh, but I think as competitors, obviously wanting to get number 1, I think we saw it in the trailer for this tournament of like, it's not enough to just be, good players. Like, you want to be able to compete even if it isn't quite Worlds. You still want to prove that you're the best of what is left.
Still think the little trailer that they have for this tournament is so cool in terms of kind of like laying out the feelings of this tournament, in terms of the disappointment of obviously not making it onto that biggest stage, but still having something to play for. And for me, it's always just about the fact that we get more games, more tournaments, more time for players to develop on stage-ish, unquotes. But hopefully we'll be getting into this game number 3 soon. So if we're looking at drafts so far, it has been 2 wonky ones from D plus Kia. They were able to execute the first one. Not the case in number 2. Do they go back to stock standard? What do we think in D plus Kia's approaches here in game 3?
Well, I think champions that just simplify the game become so much more easy to kind of gravitate towards. Talia's probably going to be a champion that we're going to see in this series very, very simply. Galio is something we actually haven't seen from either of our we have seen from Vikla, but we haven't seen from Showmaker so far in ASI. So I think we got to be looking about what our jungle and our mid pools look like before we really get anywhere else.
And I think the jungle has been an important factor so far tonight. I think Lucid had the better hand of it in game number 1 for sure, but it was a bit of a Raptor gap in game number 2. I know I was memeing him, saying he only hit the R button a couple times, but the angles that you find, the kind of the combination that they drafted for, I think required a lot of weight on his shoulders. So nice to see him bear that at least. As I do see in the picture-in-picture in the summit cam that we have the lobby ready to go, and we'll be getting into the draft.
There we go. Yep, headset comes on. It's time, time to draft. So draft will be ready probably in the next 30 minute. And let's see what we're going to get from side select here, because we are expecting that D plus Kia are going to move back over to the blue side here. And any time you can get a win on red side is a game that essentially makes it so that if we get to a game 5, you are going to have side select. I think that is very, very important if this is going to be a series that we see go the distance here. There we go. Okay, so Poppy, a new ban here, but we are expecting that Rumble, another champion that they're going to be taking away. Things like the Kiana and the Oriana have been permabanned.
Those have been. We see a lot of solo lane focus in the bans that we've seen already in the first 2 games, and that is going to continue here. The Annie is going to be the ban picked up by DK.
Azir and Oriana, they've been permabanned all series long already.
We get the first like LeBlanc special from Showmaker again.
Look, Showmaker has done it before. He's done it a couple times here in this tournament. I think he's gonna be itching for it. I think it's good for the fact that I think it opens up a little bit more of your team. Like mid first pick obviously has been very popular all tournament long. The Ornn, however, instead of the Rumble, tells me we're probably getting that champion for Siwu.
Okay. I was going to say just lock in the Lisa and LeBlanc. It'll be a good time. We get to see Lucid and Showmaker on their mechanical champs. But we'll see what they end up going for with that first pick. Obviously a very powerful piece here for DK in game number 3. And BFX trying to figure out what their last ban is going to be in the first phase. It's going to be the Corki again.
All right. Show me Rumble.
No.
Ding! You got to do like the price, not Price is Right.
What's the
not Jeopardy. Oh my God! What is the show with Oh,
Who wants
what
to
is
be a
this guy's
millionaire?
name? I don't think that's it either.
They stole it! Oh my god, they stole it away.
Vikla!
They
Scumbag Vikla.
No! I
Wow.
wanted to see Lucid Showmaker on the combo.
That
we
is
have
a
Lucid
big
Showmaker
steal.
at home, BFX said. I got you with that one. I got you with that one.
I don't think I personally would never ascribe Raptor and Vikla's skill level to these two players, but just me. Let's see what DK are gonna go for. I think if you're gonna go for Nefiri, it kind of asks you to go for Talia, considering Annie is no longer available. But we've seen weirder combos come out from Showmaker.
We have. Like anything that can provide some lockdown, some kind of setup for the Nefiri to really get
That
pumping
works too.
is going to be really good. And kind of lock down would be very, very nice. And also something maybe to hold down the LeBlanc a little bit. As we'll see what the final lock is. It's the TF. I'm not a big fan of this, but you do have that combo with the yellow card for the Nefiri.
It's a slightly weaker lane than the Talia would be, but I think overall should still be fine. Gives them that point-and-click target. If they do pick Cassante here, I still feel like BFX have a very strong draft ahead of them. They've got a clear front line. They've got good engage. This 2v2 does need to be a bit more explosive, but Nefiri also has been toned down quite a bit. So let's see what DK are going to be able to get through on their 4-5.
And I'm just going to say, DK, they're not making it easy for themselves. We said we wanted to kind of see low bar of execution for them, give themselves some wiggle room. I don't think a Rumble Nefiri TF comp is going to be the easiest thing to execute here. So I'm wondering what they're going to do to kind of tie things together in that second phase. We do see the Jhin ban by BFX in the second phase at least, so targeting that bot side a little bit.
Right. Jhin. Honestly, Ezreal's probably not a bad shout if we're talking about champions that probably want to be able to deal. Maybe even Xayah, considering you are playing kind of a composition that just want to move forward, and other than that is fairly short-ranged already from BFX. You can see that DK, though, they know where BFX's bread is buttered. Get rid of the hyper carries. Xerxes is gone. Maybe they look towards a Jinx or
The hyper
Kalista.
carry would be nice. Yeah. No, I don't want that.
I know you don't want it, but they played it already.
You like kept me going. I was like, yeah. No, I don't want that.
Making sure you're
I
awake.
don't want
Making
that.
sure you're
yeah,
awake.
there you go. It is 5:51 in the morning. Sivir is going to be the final ban, so try to continue those hyper lane, at least hyper focused lanes. We'll see if that kind of support focus comes into view for DK. It is the Alistar. Shocker, that one's made it all the way to game number 3 and continuing that on with the ban.
All right. Lulu is available if they want it. It's kind of tough as a blind, but I think from what DK are showing, having access to a Lulu is actually pretty powerful here. Just having, I think, the ultimate, the polymorph does a lot versus what DK are showing, even with the poke. Ezreal is going to be the choice, so a lot of flexibility here for BFX. There are not many tank bot lane duos that make it very difficult for these champions, so what do DK go with? They could try to match range for range and go for Ziggs, but then I think your team is a little too magic damage heavy. This MF has no setup. We have no Alistar, we have no Rel. I think this is really tough here for Barrel. Okay.
They at least get the MF Leona combo with the equalizer and stuff on top of it, but I'm a BFX fan right now. Like, this comp is nice. They have so many options.
All right, well, what else do we got here? Bard? Bard versus an MF and versus a T and a Rumble? I think
so
BFX.
good.
This is really good. Both of these team comps are very fragile, and what has been the through line for these games? It has been clear engage. Who is going to be frontlining? It is significantly easier for DK to play with a Leona on your team, and Nefiri can be very slippery. But BFX, they hit hard. They have a really good first punch with Lisa and LeBlanc, but it's going to fall off as the game goes on. So let's see if they can actually execute on this, because this is if this was, not ASI teams, I think this would be a very interesting game to play between these two.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a double-edged sword both ways. I think it can cut deep on either side depending on that execution, which has been like the main describer of both compositions that we've seen in game one, game number two. The difference in execution on the Rift has been completely opposite across both of them, and I think both teams now kind of playing with that metal a little bit, playing with the setup that if we can out-execute, if we can have some of those little advantages, we can just absolutely control this game and maybe this series, because whoever wins this steps up to match point in the grand finals of our first ever very own ASI, as this game number 3 is going to be that one step forward for either side, Al.
I can't wait. I love that we have ASI. I think the concept of it is super cool. Honestly, it kind of replaces what used to be Rift Rivals, but now we have like a worse Rivals, or as we've jokingly called it on the show, worst stand.
So what's funny is that, because I co-streamed all of it, I actually did it officially one time, my first year in the LPL, but there also was an ASI that was Asia Star Invitational, which that was what we had in this position, but like a little bit later. I think it was more in the later part of October, maybe. But it was the Asia Star Invitational, and that's where we had like teams from both or from multiple regions come over, and then we had like some streamer teams as well. But now we have the Asia Invitational 2025. That's maybe, I would say, a little bit more up and proper, with some big name teams, some heavy hitters actually getting some more airtime, some more time to play games as well, with their starting rosters to finish out the year. And so I think it's a good adaptation. I think it's nice to see kind of some of the fandoms still have something to watch.
I love the fact that we even got LCP involved, even if they weren't able to make it out of the group stage. Like, LCP definitely deserves some kind of representation, especially for international events. So glad to see that we have kind of a mixing pot of different teams here. But as we get here into game number 3, junglers are starting on the same side of the map, so expecting to maybe see a little bit of action towards the bottom side. And when you are playing this double range bottom lane, you need to see Diablo and Kellen make a little bit of work and magic happen here. They're fighting over level 2 prio right now.
Ooh, nice little hit with the stun from Kellen that does end up getting the level 2 engage. Barrel missing the Zenith play. I think he thought he hit it. Didn't end up going through. Won't be able to connect. And now BFX take the priority in the bot lane. But that does leave them open to Lucid potentially later on.
Hey, to be fair, I also thought he landed that one, so...
It looked like he did, I swear.
Yeah, very, very close margins there. It does mean that they lose prio on the wave. Misfortune also doesn't really do well when she gets outranged. It's a little bit more difficult to utilize that strut passive. So, important thing about this game that we'll see kind of later on is what our our jungle supports are going to be able to get done, because Lucid will be basically relying on Showmaker and Barrel for all of his crowd control to make sure that those Dark Daggers land. And for Raptor, Raptor and Lee Sin plus Bard combo is really annoying to deal with. They can get around the map very, very fast, and they are incredibly mobile, especially from Lee Sin's perspective.
And I just think it's funny that, you know, they took it away from Lucid and Showmaker, a combo they've really harped on this entire tournament long. And see if Raptor can get a little bit of that momentum from game number 2. The guy who out-jungled Lucid holistically in that game. Now they're going to come blow for blow here as Sonic Wave does connect onto the doggo. Would be able to follow that one through. Doesn't want a piece of that hot dog, though.
No glizzies for Raptor. So, wow, he's
it's a
already done
dark
with this.
glizzy. I'm pretty sure it's like the purple one.
Bot lane's got to be careful. He instantly destroyed that scuttle, and if they show up into this wave, they're going to have Kellen plus Raptor sitting in this bush.
Oh, aiming.
Oh, the stun didn't land. Wow, that's huge.
Yeah, that's he is praying that that doesn't happen again, because aiming tried to go into the bush and finds out that Raptor was still there. We'll be the back from BFX, though.
I wish my observers, when they show that, please show the minion wave that is corresponding with the play, because that wave looks like it's frozen, And that is a big win here for Diablo and BFX as a whole. You're denying gold and resources from a champion that is essentially a huge team fighter that is gated around her ultimate. And it is a Cole coming out here for aiming, but losing out on that is big because now Diablo can sit in front of his turret. He's going to be really, really safe. This opens up roam timers for Kellen to gather information and potentially influence either the mid lane or help out Raptor in his clear.
And how quickly you can find that influence is extremely important. Speaking of, we're getting a little bit of influence from the top side clear, showing that the Cassante meme still means something against Showmaker's team, as Clear does not end up hitting the Q3, does get burned alive by the Flame Spitter.
Whoa.
Trying to go back in for the fight, though. He has to flash away as the Harpoon was about to sink deep into him.
I like the idea that she was just sitting there like, okay, yeah, man, sure. Use your flash like that, sure. You're like, you messed up, not me. Very much focused in. There's a really funny clip I saw from Shua's stream where after, I think, one of the ASI games, he was just streaming and he was like, guys, I like doing a handstand is not that hard. And he went to do it and he's like, wait, I can't lean on the wall? Aw, crap. Okay, I'm going to stay up all night. I'm not going to get any sleep until I practice this and get this down.
I hope it paid off dividends for him, as Magical Journey won't be used by Lucid, and Kellen will get out with his flash, but it was an attempted play on DK's side of the bot side.
That looked like Kellen just pushed a bunch of buttons on his keyboard. He's like, okay, I'm getting hit. I'm just using everything. I got my W. I'm using my E. Maybe we could try to distract them a little bit here. Turns into a dragon thanks to that trade. This has been something we've seen consistently throughout this series so far, where Kellen takes a bit of a bad trade before an objectives, and then it opens up a timer here. Kellen does get to TP thanks to having the unsealed spellbook, but they have Prio and they're moving Siwoo over for this.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a contested one, as I do really like that Rumble is here with the level 6. The Showmaker trying to get a yellow card isn't going to get chained down by Vikla as well. Still going to get traded on pretty heavily, but BFX did have to give over Prio on the Dragon Pit and give over that first objective.
Oh, and I mean, sure, it's good for the team. So a Dragon going over to D plus Kia is good. Remember, we talked about scaling. This game is going to be a little bit wonky because DK are very, very reliant on what they're able to do in team fights. They have a lot of great ultimates to make that happen. But Clear now gets to move over. He's a full level over his opponents, and that's a pretty nasty amount of farm and experience that they're now missing.
Barrel actually found an engage. There's the equalizer on top of the CC from the yellow card. At least the setup coming through from DK will net them first blood, and that was a beautifully executed fight and a little bit of a microcosm of what this DK team can do with this comp.
Gold card, that's all your setup that you kind of need. Barrel goes in right next to him. Raptor uses the ultimate a little too late, and as well as the flash there. You're going to see Aiming let loose the bullet time just to get himself a recall in. And that was a very weird sequence of play there from BFX. Not going to lie. They were looking for a topside invade. It seemed like they wanted to make sure that Clear got out from the proxy that he was going for. Also, I think kind of mitigates some of the lead that Clear got for himself because of that.
This really wanted the vision there, Alk. Nobody will be able to take that. Nobody will be able to take that from them, I promise. They will end up getting the grubs, and this is under full vision. I was wondering if maybe some contest was going to come out for at least one of them, but going to save the smite from Lucid. He's feeling pretty confident that they can take all three without any contest, and so far that means Blue Side has gotten all 9 grubs in the series.
That's pretty insane. Wait, that's not true. BFX got 3 last game.
Blue Side.
Oh, Blue Side.
Yeah.
Oh, well, then we need to nerf this side of the game.
Well, hey, that's what teams have been saying all year long. He's going to get the lockdown on a barrel, though, and at least Vikla was able to rebuff DK a bit. Aiming, going to face check into the bush, but this time has some fighting strength himself. Kellen was actually looking for a CC chain on Lucid. Lucid's going to have to jump over the wall.
That's his some of his abilities down, so not at all a bad trade coming out from BFX. They kind of moved a lot of their priority. Raptor is playing kind of loose this game. I like it. I like that he's kind of showing off a little bit, getting a little bit more of that damage. Good trade here from Showmaker.
Ooh.
But single turret shot. Lucid He could flash ult if he really wants to trade his summoner spells with Vikla.
Kellen also took a pretty big chunk there, too. Oh, Barrel. We got to get you the Eclipse skin, man. If you're on the Eclipse skin, it hits. I tell you. Maybe they'll buy that one after this for the next series. Oh, wait. Then Showmaker's going to try to actually follow through on this mid lane push. Try to get away this mid lane push at least. But when we check into the map state, it's dead even across the board. Really just those early objectives going the way of D plus Kia and that 1 kill. But very, very tightly contested and still a little while till that next objective comes through.
Yeah, BFX are very strong on 1 and 2 items. D plus Key are obviously going to be able to match that, but with Showmaker going for not only the Unsealed Spellbook, but also the Rod of Ages, he is going to be more of a utility champion, and that's kind of what TF just does in general. Side laning is going to be very interesting in this game, Lennon, because I don't think BFX are going to be under any threat with whatever side lanes they want to go for. So it's on DK to put pressure on them early, and I like them getting both the Dragon and the Grubs here.
I agree. He's going to get stopped by the Solar Flare. I wanted to open up a conversation. I know we have about a minute till the Dragon. We'll see a little bit of top lane gank as well. He tries to get the kick. It's like point blank, but it doesn't matter. He's still able to get the knockback. Raptor not going to go down, and BFX answer 1-1 in kills now.
All right, what is the conversation you had?
I was going to say,
show Diablo dies.
Okay.
Oh my god.
The outplay? Diablo? Okay, bullet time. The last shot goes through. Unfortunately, the Mystics were not there for him. And I'm going to open back up my conversation. So Showmaker has been really good on just utility picks. I know we know this guy to be a big showman, loves those mechanical outplays, but the best times we've seen him in this tournament have been on picks that, you know, have a sense of utility, have the Malzahar with the instant lockdown, the game-winning fight in game number 1. You have now he's looking better on the TF where he can enable things with his own shot calling. I find that interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I think Showmaker has always been a player that feels a lot better when he can make a play himself. So I think obviously his Cassid in this tournament, he had a lot of fun with. LeBlanc, obviously, you have a lot of individual agency. Malzahar, even though it isn't the highest DPS champion, you always have the ability to start and make a play happen with your ultimate. So I think that Showmaker is kind of showing off a little bit more of the flexibility that we expect from longer standing players. Like, Showmaker is essentially I think the 3rd generation of like true mid laners to come out from the LCK and be top level consistently for many, many years.
True. I think he's dead here. Showmaker, pop the copy pasta. Throw it in there.
No, man. I'm sure he had a little bit of fun of that.
Yeah, he's like, man, Cassante, dude. As DK were able to get that dragon, there'll be second dragon for them. Still 100% neutral objective control as the flash comes out from Barrel to get away from the chains. Diablo trying to set up on the aiming here. Vikla going in, but the Solar Flare goes back. The lockdown is there. They can't get the kill just yet. The kick away. Raptor beautifully executed to get away from that fight, and DK find nothing. Oh, they go for more. They get locked down. Lucid goes over the top and finds the kill with a reset of the Darkened Daggers. Now Diablo's getting chased down here too, and the Hound's pursuit comes through, but Vikla steps in, steps up, gets the kill back, gets away.
Let's go, Vikla. Oh, that is still a 2-for-1, and D plus Kia got the dragon. So now they get to pick up all these waves. I think BFX are falling a little too far behind. They still haven't finished their first item, especially for Diablo. Not having that Trinity Force is really powerful. Look at the item differential in some of these lanes. Like, it's a completed Ludens here now for Vikla, but there was no Trinity Force. Aiming had a Bloodthirster during that fight, so if we could see BFX fight on a little bit more even territory, this should be a much more even game for them.
It should be, but man, the little in-between moments, I gotta say, the confidence from Lucid to just let loose here.
Yeah. Lucid gets the double Darkened Daggers. I mean, there's no focus on him. This ultimate from Barrel just slows them. It applies sunlight as well. And he just knows that there's not tons of threats here. The chains are down. There's no ultimate from Kellen. The stun lands, but he has so much mobility on this Nefiri. And we get to see the rest of BFX fall. There's eventually a trade going over to Vikla, but I mean, they lost a ton for that. Those 2 flashes out from the mid jungle. We haven't really seen Raptor and Vikla be a 2v2 in this game.
Yeah, we haven't. Not just yet. And we said from the beginning, and you had mentioned earlier, you know, the side lane. We don't know if there's anything that can really answer them here. But they aren't ahead. It makes it a little bit more difficult. The big saving grace right now, though, for B&K FearX is that Clear is very far ahead. Unfortunately, it's looking like that lead is not going to matter too much. Okay, Vikla should be okay. DK, we're looking for more plays on the top side. Rift Herald is up. They want to continue the pressure. They already got feats of strength, and now they're looking for the permanent setup on the Rift Herald. And I do wonder if they're going to move everybody over here. I mean, you see everybody at least from BFX moving too.
Yeah, both top laners have teleport. I don't think it's going to be too much of a deal. Clear does have a level and a half over Suwo, so pretty big lead for them. Raptor does need to get back out onto the map here. It's pretty tough for BFX to walk back in. Remember, they don't have clear lines of engagement. One team has a Leona, the other one has a Bard. Need to see big impact from Kellen coming on through.
Whoa, Barrel going through Kellen's magical journey to get on the other side of him. Lucid gets another reset here with the fight. He has the pack with him. And it's not just the little hot dogs. Barrel setting it up yet again. And the stark contrast, man, compared to giving some at least engaged tools to DK and especially Barrel.
Maybe you were right here, Lennon. Maybe we're just going to see 5 games because BFX are going to get blue side for game 4.
Blue side dominance, man.
I didn't want it to be true. I want there to be some level of like skill expression in games that determines who wins. But here at ASI, all the skills at once right now. We're playing for fun.
I'm going with a results-based analysis. So far, the team with more engaged tools has won the games. I don't know if that's true, but I'm going to make it true. And we're going to see BFX fight another fight where they are a little bit backs against the wall now. Seen with the Destiny and Siwu going with a massive flank. The equalizer on the back line here. Raptor tries to dash over to him, but he's just flame spitting away. Hak2 all over BFX. And now Vikla is back in the pit here trying to find an angle himself. Diablo is getting some pokes on the aiming, but DK standing strong in front of the objective.
Guys, we have been fighting over this Herald for the past 2 minutes. Please. Surely we don't have to keep fighting it for a third.
Shelly's getting lonely.
Got to go for another wave here. Vikla just going to jump back over the wall with distortion. Ult on to Kellen. This one lands.
What did I just say? Give Barrel the tools and you will be paid handsomely. As they end up finding Kellen, they're going to move back to the Rift Herald for sure this time. What?
This fight started with Barrel missing ult on Kellen. We wait long enough for Kellen.
It comes back.
To have the ultimate, and then they kill Kellen again. Oh my God. Okay, well,
dude. So I gotta say, I know this is maybe reading too much into it. I would think Kellen would have an impressive Bard because FlyQuest have been boot camping with B&K FearX. I don't know if they were in the same building, but
I mean, they also have 100 Thieves boot camping over there.
Hey! Yeah, that's not part of my narrative. All right, that's not part of my narrative. Really interesting though, obviously with the executionary standards BFX have not been able to accomplish just yet with their setup. There's the Tempered Fate going on to 2. They're trying to bring the might of B&K FearX down upon Lucid. Lucid will finally fall. Vikla gets the kill there too. That'll be a nice big pickup for big Vikla. Now 4v5. DK were still stepping up. A Barrel misses the Zenith blade, and immediately BFX feel confident to go for the dragon, go for the kills, and they will stop the dragon stacking of DK.
That's what I wanted to see, man. We have the Bard ultimate. Let's put it on to targets that don't have flash. Aiming loses his flash during that play, and they're able to capture Lucid during all of this. Aiming, I don't think we're starting this one up. Maybe just getting himself a Bloodthirster proc. The Dragon goes over and stops the stacking here. Most importantly for D plus Kia.
Yeah, that was a huge building point for them, especially that it was an Infernal Soul start. As Raptor was looking for a bit of an invade, but realizes Showmaker does have some vision on him. But that being said, as the dust settles, It is a BFX who are still down about 2,000 gold, a little bit more than that, but showing a little bit more promise with their team fighting, or at least their team comp execution. Is Vikla going to dash away from that one as he's going to get destinied on. Showmaker with the yellow card, can't find the distance. There still is the Rift Herald across the map, Alk. Is somebody ever going to go say hi to Shelly?
You are a sicko, Barrel. You are actually disgusting for doing that.
I want the fights.
There's an Otacon spawning in 10 seconds. And we are using our ultimates like that. That is if I'm BFX, I'm like, this guy is actually ill. Like, there's no way he's just using this right now.
That's so funny. Well, Atacon did spawn on the bot side, so a little bit of difference side of the map if they do want to trade for the Rift Herald for Atacon. Vision game strong right now from DK as they're moving out, clearing out BFX's forward vision. And there's going to be actually a reset from BFX, so this could absolutely just be the Rift Herald going to DK.
Yeah, there's no contest. Raptor's not even going to be over the wall, and Kellen and Diablo cannot be there here for this play.
That feels bad.
I mean, sure, maybe it opens them up to try to go for a mid play immediately. Remember, Dragon spawns in 3 minutes here, so with 3 grubs and the Herald, I expect that probably closer to the spawn of this Dragon, we're going to be seeing Lucid plant this down, take themselves the turret, and then try to use some of that priority to get them vision in the bottom side.
I know what they were saying. They were saying, man, Rift Herald's still up. I completely forgot about that thing. It was like 20 minutes into the game. I do wonder if that standing gold is going to be utilized for DK to kind of distract away from that Dragon. That's always the play I really like, Alk, is when they kind of use it as a distraction card effects and kind of use that tempo to either just continue pushing turrets and maybe give a Dragon or have that kind of decision-making power there. As we did see the check coming out from Barrel with the redemption onto the Atacon just to make sure that BFX weren't doing it.
And what I'm kind of looking for is, can Kellen have big impact here in the series? Because we asked a lot of him for this Bard. And outside of that fight around this part of the map earlier on, haven't gotten that from him. And he's a player that's been around the block a little bit. Obviously has been playing on some other top rosters across the league in years past. And we would obviously expect that from a player who's supposed to be able to bring that experience to a rookie like Diablo. Gets a stun onto Lucid. Okay, good chunk damage onto him.
That Trinity Force for Diablo is doing work right now. To get some damage onto the aiming too, and Raptor takes the kill on a Barrel.
Oh
no! Gets kicked back, and he does try to make it out. He will have the yellow card now, but Vikla's going to try to chase him down, sidestep away. Aiming wants to go back in with Lucid, but now they're getting engaged on. Raptor goes deep as the Destiny comes through from Showmaker. Kellen goes in, gets the CC on aiming, but the bullet time coming through is going to separate the rest of BFX. Now Diablo has to get over with the Arcane Shift. Lucid
Diablo! What the?
As well. Diablo going too far. Raptor trying to go for the kill here too. It is chaos right now, but BFX, they're going down. There's TP coming in. Oh no. This could just be the Doom aiming. Look at a clean house. Gets 2 kills. Pops everywhere. Infernal cinders raining from the heavens as the double kill came through for aiming. A little bit more goes in hand for DK as now Lucid looking to clean up the final kill here, and the bleed plus minions will be just enough.
You can see it is getting tougher and tougher to answer into this MF, into this Nefiri and Twisted Fate, almost all of these champions. And by the way, while that was happening, Clear got solo killed by Shiwu. Like, everything is going right here for D plus Kia as they win the fight, a full-on ace, and they'll grab themselves the Otacon to boot. In the picture-in-picture, we get to see how this top lane matchup ended up going. This is way more interesting than what's going on in the main screen.
He just missed everything, man.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh, Shiwu. Oh, don't do it to him.
Oh!
Nice. Nice.
I would have rather seen that in the full screen, man. That was disgusting from Siwu.
Yeah. I don't know. And then I hope that we don't get a replay of that.
See, that was despicable.
I don't want to see Diablo dash in, get most of the MF ult, then dash backwards and flash back into the pit. Like, that was...
But I will say Raptor's a psychopath. That man went deep. I mean,
he's playing Lee
that
Sin
was
for
insane.
sure.
He is going deep in it. As now the Dragon started up by BFX. They're trying to even up the Dragon score here. The Destiny will be popped on the back line by Showmaker. Half health on the Dragon. Rift Herald going to be popped. A little bit weird from Lucid as he's in the pit. 50-50. Raptor, Lucid. Lucid gets it. He denies that second. At least going through as now another kill will go out if they do end up finding the pick, but the Tempered Fate goes in on the clear to save his life, and now they try to retake the fight. They're going to start getting resets now, and Lucid getting locked down a little bit here, but he's still looking for his angles. True Shot Barrage is not going to kill Barrel. BFX still ready to go if the moment calls, but I think they will just have to back away because they're losing the mid lane to the Rift Herald.
The Rift Herald we talked about, this was going to be the plan here. Did it closer to the Dragon spawn. They got mid-tier 1, and with 3, Grubs are going to get mid-tier 2 after it. It's a 6,000 gold lead here for D plus Kia. Let me take a look back at this fight one more time. I mean, there's just not enough damage coming through from this team. It was a stun onto Lucid that gets him to half HP, but look at how tanky. Showmaker has almost 2,500 HP, and they go on to Barrel, but Raptor has no abilities. Kellen lands another ultimate, but it's just on to Raptor. Like, that could have been a kill on to Showmaker here. Oh, this is the fight before. Oh, no.
Yeah,
oh,
this is the deep play.
Don't show me this. By the way, look at how clean Raptor's combos are. So, waits, Q, then he does Safeguard plus Sonic Wait. Like, oh, it looks so good when we were watching this live.
He even sidestepped that last, or the second to last Dark and Dagger. That was kind of nuts.
Oh, man.
Aiming, standing tall here, though. Does end up getting taken down, but very, very low health bars there. And it was just a desperate call from BFX to try to pull something back.
I don't know, Lennon. This game is looking tougher and tougher for BFX.
Can we get an even game, please?
This is... Yeah, this is not that even. I was going to say, no. If you looked at the Dragons, you'd be like, okay, BFX have actually gotten the last 2 Dragons, which isn't all that bad. If they get an Infernal Soul, then they're sitting at 3. They're sitting at 4 Red Drakes. I think that's a pretty good answer, all things considered, especially as a team that is supposed to be all damage, all game. And this is the power spike here, Lennon. Trinity Force, Muramana done here for Diablo. 2-item Vikla, 2-item Raptor. This feels the part of the game where I need to see BFX take a strong, convincing win. Otherwise, they are going to fall off. There's already 3 items here for Showmaker. He's level 16. And 3 items here for aiming. He has a Bloodthirster as well. Like, these champions are really, really resilient.
The 3-item spike is what gets me here. I just think it's so difficult to overcome that. When they have so much range with the rapid fire cannons as well, they can just kind of peter you down. As DK, Barrel, he's trying to link back up with the team. I was wondering if he was going to go a little bit too far, but Lucid and aiming right behind him.
Yeah, they can try to keep going. Kellen could look for something. Diablo,
the Destiny on the other side. He's going to flash, he's going to dash, he's going to arcane shift, but he will go arcane dead. As Kellen will also fall right next to him. Aiming finds the delayed kill, and Raptor just trying to find his exit strategy. He's trying to hold hands with Vikla. Hopefully he can back, but Vikla does leave him to his own devices, and all 4 members of DK surrounding him. Raptor will fall.
All right, well, as soon as I said that we need to see a convincing fight, BFX get almost aced again. This is going to be Baron, and most assuredly here, Lennon, this is going to be the end, a figurative end of our game number 3. We get back into the replay for this one, and again, I think Diablo lacks a little bit of, like, I guess he doesn't know which way he's supposed to go here. It's a really good play coming out from D plus Kia, but they got the flash, they got the cleanse out from this Ezreal, and I don't know. There's only so many answers to try to dodge out, especially if there's going to be a Bard ultimate right next to it.
You start wondering, how powerful is blue side truly? Seeing full dominance from blue side every time in these games is now Lucid. Is in some trouble, is going to have some escape tools there, can go untargetable. Now the re-engage onto Vikla as they now have to bring Raptor over. TP coming in as well as Clear joins the fight, but it's going to be a 4v5 that DK still feel favored in. They're going to use the equalizer. The redemption had come down as well. That will be used from Kellen. Is DK going to try to use this Baron buff here? They don't really need to fight over this. They just need to pull some of these waves and use this Baron buff.
And all they're doing right now is just buying time for Lucid to get a recall in and come back out onto the map right now. D plus Kia, they've got a small minion wave here with the Baron buff that's going to help them take this inhibitor turret, and Lucid flanking from behind them right now. BFX cannot make any defense here just outside their base.
Yeah, I mean, even with the Magical Journey, they weren't able to get out in front of this crash from DK, and they're actually going to try to move this bot lane. You saw Lucid kind of transition down towards that lane to try to push the wave into this tier 2 turret.
They're going to just get every little bit of gold, try to use the last minute and a half of this Baron. This next minion wave that is coming is going to be the second to last minion wave that D plus Kia get access to this. They're seeing a Hail Mary come on through. Raptor looking for something.
He actually gets the kick, but he just goes down. Lucid's playing with his food just like a hot dog should, as Showmaker now ends up helping get the bullet time kill for aiming, and there goes the TP in the bot side. This is the signaling of the end. One of the final nails in the coffin as DK are trying to move up to match point.
All right, blue side OP, 3-0 here in this series. D plus now putting themselves at series point here, 1 game away from winning the first ever Asia Invitational.
And very nice to see Lucid come back into form. 9-2-5 on the Nefiri. We questioned the pick when it got drafted, but DK's execution stood above it all. 2-1 lead.
Yep. What was it that we came out of draft? You've got a tank you can play around. You got engage. It's simpler to play. And I was like, okay, if this wasn't ASI, I do think Red Side Draft has a lot of ways to be able to operate, but you can just see it reflected in the gold graph of this game. Just a 13,000 gold difference at the end of the game here for DK, and just all the way up and to the left here for this team.
And it was the entire team feeling like multiple different positions, having those kind of big moments. Barrel consistently that engage, but I go back to that point I made that was kind of a mean point, but like this series truly has been about who has more engage tools, which is so crazy to me that it's kind of boiled down to that.
I mean, yeah, and think about the supports that are no longer in the series, right? There's no Leona, there's no Rel. Still Alistar here in the series. I think very, very interesting. We'll see how that
first
turns
pickable.
Out for,
what do you think?
Silas is still in the game. Silas is still in the game. There's still a couple. I think Nautilus starts to get very, very powerful here at this point in the series. So, yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Well, we take a look back to this. Poor Clear, man. Clear. Oh, God. Just watching everything go a little bit wide for him definitely feels bad. The flash on the end, she just trying to make matters worse. But again, a lot of these fights ended up boiling down to very one-sided affairs. I think there were a couple moments where Raptor really just pushing the limits of his champion, which was really nice to see, especially after that performance in game number 2. But it is a team effort in the end.
Man, I'm trying to think about who is going to be MVP for this game, because it felt like almost every lane was winning for the most part. This is a game that, for all of my whining and complaining, I do think that there is a case to be made that Barrel actually gets an MVP for this one. If not, I really want to see Lucid pick it up. Lucid played an insane Nefiri game. Not very much crowd control to stop him in this one coming out from BFX. And, I mean, most of these highlights, again, are him, but most of the highlights in game number 1 were Siwu, and we got a Barrel MVP.
Yeah, we got a Barrel MVP, baby. A couple of those lockdowns in front of those key team fights were really good from Barrel, but I do hope that Lucid gets it. I think this guy has been the star of the show for DK all tournament long. It's been really nice to see his come up, especially in a moment, where I'm not going to say it's easy for teams to disassociate, but I'm just going to say teams were maybe not taking this tournament as seriously as a top-level competition. It's nice to see, even in those moments that Lucid is putting on a show for everybody in the way that he wants to.
Yeah, Lucid, very, very impressive. He has had some hot and cold games here in the tournament. Obviously, game number 2 of just this series. Obviously, those games that we saw versus Weibo were not the best from him. And that's where I think Lucid has grown the most, because in his first year playing on Damwon, like, he was surrounded with really important solo lanes. He had Kingen and Showmaker as his solos, and he kind of just lost his voice playing on this team. But came in second season now, and he's been really, really good. I don't know if I'll give this a Showmaker. Lennon, just toss us to break now. I don't know what these votes
We're
are.
going to break. Dude, what the hell are these MVPs? We don't have a say. We just have to be held prisoner. We'll see you for game number 4. Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial place for everything LPL. I'm Mizell, not Alk Battery. I am joined by Alk Battery and Alk Battery on Prod 2, as we are getting into game number 4 now. It's do or die for B&K FearX. They've got to win this one. I do expect them to be back on that blue side, which has had 100% win rate so far. But the question still remains, can they bring DK to 5 games?
That's the big question here, because for B&K FearX, bringing us to 5 would be really, really impressive for the difference in terms of experience. Okay, Diablo. He's just like me for real, bro. We did all that just to flick it away anyway? Dude. Oh my. I think we just got to get a haircut, bro. We must get a haircut.
And he does it again. He just goes back.
He's just like me for real, bro.
Just like me for real. Put your hair in front of your eyes. It wouldn't even reach.
My hair
there you
does
go.
Actually reach up.
Cast like that, bro. You're Diablo now.
No, I wish, bro. If I was Diablo, I would not be here. I'd be literally smurfing in Korea. All
right. Well,
sorry,
what do you want to see
not
out
smurfing.
of
Drew Levin, I would not be smurfing. I promise.
Yeah, true. You get your count.
What would I want
to see
here
from
in this game number 4? I want to see. I want to see a Zeri game. I want to see either we get some Zeri, we get some Jinx. Let's even get some some Sivir. I want to see some hyper carries for this kid. I don't want to see him on things like Ezreal. Ezreal has a lot of agency, but doesn't have a lot of big carry moments, especially because of what they've done to his kit and just changed around his items. So, please, let's everything in the Diablo basket, please.
They did get a couple bans levied his way though before, so might still be the case this time around. As we'll be getting the game here very shortly, but this is a nice performance from D plus Kia. I wouldn't say great performance. They still got absolutely dusted in game number 2, but it's been a nice little comeback for them to show their form across 2 games in this series so far, and it's been a holistic team effort. It's not been a single player. I think we've been able to highlight a couple of them here or there, but the whole team is showing out just like they have all tournament long.
What is so interesting on Shuo's screen that we need Lucid here as well? We've gotten some good screenshots from this tournament. Everything with Godgwall has been great.
True.
We had on day 1 the Lucid sleep cam. That was great. We had the faker in the background of the Vikings team,
which was absolutely hilarious, by the way.
I love that. I love that for the boys. We had Gam, I think one of their first series. They had I don't know if it was a light where they were, but Levi looked like he was being blessed by God. It was great.
Yeah.
It was wonderful.
Well, DK have the gods behind them, since they just keep getting blown out by the lights. And maybe that's the difference maker. Maybe it's blue side. Maybe it's the coaching staff. Who knows? Maybe it's Godpool, who has just literally been at home on BFX's side. Maybe they need to go over there and shoo him to the other side, because so far he's just been lying all night.
No coercion here. No coercion for Godpool.
He's been lying to us. Anyways, we're getting into a potential final game for DK. They are on the blue side, so BFX chose the red side for this game.
Huh?
And we do see the Lulu early prio ban, as well as the Renekton and the Nocturne really changing up all the first phase bans for DK. When we see the similar Orianna Azir ban and the Corki as well from the side of BFX.
I really like the Lulu ban. I think it's perfect for what we were talking about as a prescription. BFX are so clearly based around what Diablo can do. There's not a lot of AD junglers, so the Trundle in my mind basically is a stopgap measure to try to prevent tanks coming in from BFX. So what do the Fox choose here? What are we looking for FearX? I think there are still some champions that we haven't really explored all that much. In particular, the Talia, which has been hovered in the series but not locked in. And then also supports. We came out of that last game being like, okay, Nautilus, Alistar, these are champions that are both still up and available in this draft.
Raptor just throwing the gauntlet down, saying, I'm going with the assassin, the Kiana coming through for him as an answer into the Trundle.
All right. Raptor got to play this in their last series, or not in the last series, sorry. Did play it here in this tournament. He's 1-0 on the Kiana. We're getting the Annie, so clear setup already.
Yeah.
I think I like this from this 2v2. Now, are we going to save Diablo for 4 and 5? That becomes a big question because it might be better for some of the matchups, but imagine what happens if DK get to add 2 additional bans on top of that. It might become a little bit more difficult for BFX to get more of those wins like we're thinking.
Yeah, I do like the Annie, though. It's something that had been banned away previously in the series. As the Alistar is going to be the pickup still left open in that first phase, so it's going to be very nicely picked up by Barrel. Still, even with that mid lane having seemingly already been picked from BFX, do you still think there's a room for a Sylas here?
Well, where's the Sylas going then?
It's a great question. That's why I asked you.
I think the Sylas is going in the waiting room.
All right.
He is not showing up in this game.
The
At least
Zoe!
Oh my god, I've been waiting for this. I can't believe we get to do a Showmaker Zoe game. He played it earlier in the tournament, and now we get this one. Yes.
That was so cute. Anyways, we're going to have this set up now from DK with a lot of that artillery power from the Zoe. Something he highlighted early into the series, too, kind of hovering over. But they're going to have some poke right back for BFX as they get the chase. Diablo, please.
He's like, oh man, he's like, I got to see which champion I have to pick. And then it's like,
it's like
crap,
windshield wipers. You just have to move it to one side.
I just appreciate that he goes through all that effort just to eventually just shake it out.
But then he's like also watching this game like this, so he's like, he can only see down. Oh my god. Can I please, I know this is going out a limb. Can I get one of the mods or anybody to like edit a photo of Diablo with just windshield wipers as his eyes or like over his head?
I don't remember who it was. Someone posted like a meme or it was like I think it was Scuba for Valorant Champions. He has like really long hair in front of his face, and they just put it in front of it and like put it in front of the gameplay. I think they should do that for this.
That'd be perfect.
They should have like Diablo POV, and then it's just that. Hopping back into game though, I think the Ornn is a decent enough ban, but this is the problem that I had with saving Diablo's pick for 4 and 5. They get rid of the Jinx. Now we're potentially going to see one of the last hyper carries. I mean, maybe a Smolder gets banned out here by DK to really make sure Diablo does not have any angles.
I would love to see the Zeri ban, honestly. I know we've seen it from DK in the last game as well, and just not really wanting to give those up. As we do see the top lane ban and that Yorick be the final one for BFX, really trying to take away more of those setup tools, as it looks like it's not going to be the Zeri, so it's still open, still up and available for Diablo, as the Renata was the final ban.
They should have let that happen because they were probably going to be okay with a Kalista Renata. They were like, yes, pick Kalista Renata into Trundle Alistar. That sounds great.
That's great.
That's awesome. Here's that Nautilus we were asking for. So we were making jokes in the in between for this series. We were like, Alistar Nautilus game 4. Let's go.
It's gonna be great. Well,
awesome.
We got what we wanted.
Right. Well, I've got to say, Lennon, I really like what BFX are showing here. I think they have a lot of different ways to be able to start fights with the Annie and the Nautilus. I think that DK don't have enough poke and don't really have the front line to necessitate having a Zoe and a Sivir be essentially your only damage dealers. So this R5, or this blue 5 from Suwu has to be really, really big. I think it has to either be a tank or some kind of damage dealer. Playing into Jace,
definitely not going to be the cast, but the Sivir with that late game scaling win condition could be a nice little answer for DK. Let's see what their final pickup is going to be here. You got to remember, we've had a 100% win rate on blue side. A lot of weight on their shoulders being on this one here, and the end of the series potentially on the line. The Gragas comes through in the end for Siwu.
Makes sense. All right, Diablo, what is it going to be?
It's the Zeri.
It's going to be the Zeri, a hyper carry for Rookie of the Year in 2025, going against the 2024 Rookie of the Year in Lucid. I think we're going to Game 5 here, Lennon. I see this. I don't think there's enough damage here from D+ Kia, And I think it is really tough to operate playing into an Annie as a, I don't want to say they're a short-range composition, but Zoe becomes very interrupted by any kind of play from either the Annie or the Nautilus.
But I gotta ask, what is the reasoning behind this jungle set, the Trundle? Like, it's just a blind Trundle. I feel like we've moved away from that a little bit.
Yeah, the blind Trundle's also very weird. Like, there's
why?
Not too many. That's why, like, Jarvan got played game 1, and I'm like, okay, Trundle priority always goes through the roof. But remember, that was we're blinding Vi on 2 as BFX, answered with Xin Zhao. And now, it's like, okay, well, when are we playing Trundle? It's not going to be, I really don't like that it was here. Another weird draft here from D plus Kia, and there he is. Godwall representing the D plus Kia boys.
He's been lying all night. He has not been a truthful grasshopper tonight, but Godwall has still been good to us. As we're getting, it's still one of my favorite moments of ASI so far, is that we have a grasshopper trying to foretell the future, and I'm trying to foretell a game number 5. BFX, like you said, have a very much more engaged-centered, more kind of teamwork-centered composition, and I hope to see them get the first red side win of this series, because if not, it is D plus Kia who become the first Asia Invitational 2025 champions.
Oh, another level 1. Oh!
Okay, GG.
It's a game 5! Let's go! First kill going over to Raptor. Not perfect, but I think you will take that if you are B&K Fearex. At that point, we are splitting hairs. Still a lot of game to play, obviously, but good start.
Bro, wrap it up. I want to hear Rafa's Silver Scrapes.
It's 6:45. You can tell that Lennon really wants to get out.
No,
quick.
I want to hear Rafa's Silver Scrapes, man. We didn't get to hear it nearly enough in the playoffs. But
I do
we'll
have
see
it
if
queued
we
up
get
technically.
There. Yeah, you do. We're ready to go if we need to. I didn't know that. I just said, yeah, you do. Because we're going to make it happen. Anyways, a little bit of vision played by BFX. Going to actually take that one down. And the Leash Raptor early on. So he will have a springboarded start here.
I think that this makes sense in theory. Like, Kiana already clears incredibly fast, but you're playing into Sivir. You're most likely going to lose push. So why not help out the jungler? Means that he's probably going to be about 3 to 5 seconds ahead of his opponent. And I don't know. When I see D plus Kia, what I'm thinking of is Trundle Pillar is going to have a big influence. We'll have to see if Shiwu can get anything done on this Gragas, because he's going to kind of be the big disruptor here in this game alongside his Trundle.
And still waiting to see why the Trundle was picked. Is it just the comfort for Lucid in this game? Did he feel like it was the right angle? And really, honestly, now a lot of eyes on Raptor, who did outplay Lucid in game number 2, and now is on the Kiana choice, going with a lot more onus on himself to be a carry. And we've seen Kiana just kind of rise through the roof in priority. See if that's going to be the case. Now, with the early kill, too, opposite side starts will mean that they will have different aims in the early game.
Wait, Raptor's already almost done with his clear. It's 2:45.
Yep.
He's going to
got
finish
the
red
springboard
buff now, right? So he finishes red buff here. His jungle pet's going to finish off the jungle camp. There we go. Wait. 2, 4, 16. Okay, 19. Okay, the HUD was late. I was going to be like, did he not get kill credit for it?
It was like a 304.
He's already out on the map. Maybe they make something happen onto Showmaker. You can see they're starting to converge.
They could. They might look to this mid lane. A 3-man gank here potentially coming through. Showmaker oversteps his bounds. He's going to try to use the Sleepy Trouble Bubble, but he's going to get flashed on. He's going to get dashed on, and he's going to go down to Raptor, who picks up his second kill of the game 3.5 minutes in.
Showmaker being a little cheeky. He wanted to see if he can get one more flash. If not for this life, then the next one he'll be able to teleport back into this lane. It's looking tough already here for DK. BFX gets to start the game off with 2 kills. Raptor even gets to start, maybe even find something. He gets to stop Shiwu's recall.
Gets the double on that one, too. Clear's going to put him in some pressure here. Shiwu is going to try to just lock down these minions, take them down. The back's going to be complete for Raptor. I got to see what this guy buys, man. He's going to have so much damage. Ooh. The Brutalizer already coming through it. It might just be the name of the game here for Raptor.
I miss old Brutalizer, man.
I know, man. It looks. I miss not only the stats but the funny nature of the build.
I miss items being a little bit more cheeky. Like Trinity Force having like tons of damage in its name was very funny. Just having Brutalizer be 1337 gold was
it was so funny, man.
It's a different era, right? So Raptor already almost halfway through his second clear already. He's gonna have respawn Raptors. Lucid is just now getting to his Wolves. This Kiana is off to a lightning fast start, and they've already made action happen across the map, opening up a 1,300 gold lead.
Red side looking strong with this one. It's feeling like a little bit of a wind shift in the series here, which is going to feel really good for BFX as they've been on the back foot. And now we have the objective focus that comes into question, because we have seen at least DK had complete early objective control. Yes, they did lose a couple dragons in the end, but more so, the way they took that early game by storm was something to kind of hold on to. So do we expect either team to really focus on these dragons before the grubs come up?
I don't think this game is going to come down to split pushing. It almost never has. And when I look at priority, it should still go over to D plus Kia, even if Raptor is really far ahead in his clear. He does one more jungle camp and he'll have level 6. I just think it is significantly easier for their opponents to try to go for these. And I think it's also another way to try to combat some of the, mismatches we see in the compositions.
Yeah, and speaking of that a little bit, again, we talked about all the engage pressure that BFX has and some of the avenues they have. I don't feel like we talked about D plus Kia as much, just because it was a little bit wonky on how they want to set it. We were really questioning the Trundle, what does Showmaker do with this comp, with the Sleepy Trouble Bubbles, because honestly he's only one part of the engages, but their engages are weird, Alk.
Yeah, it's not great, but if there was ever a way to buck the trend and just get us over with this series and just show that blue side is so significantly broken, it would be to somehow win with Alistar, Trundle, Gragas. I think that would be very beautiful and quite poetic.
True. We've had some firsts in this tournament, from the production standpoint as well as from the gameplay standpoint. And that being said, Lucid didn't find his angle on top side. I was wondering if maybe Clear had overextended. Going to get punished there, but nothing else going to come of it. So Lucid's still trying to look for his own name to write on this game here. But I got to say, it is early. It's still pretty hefty lead for an early game. But this BFX team has really shown us what the story of this tournament has been for them and the kind of the up and down nature of this series alone.
It's just whether or not we get to see the solo lanes really perform, because Diablo's obviously been so incredible, but whether or not Clear, Vikla, and Raptor can get it done has kind of been name of the team, right? Kind of the story that's been for this team in 2025. I mean, they started off the year with this lineup, but they had different mid laners, they had different top laners come on through, they were trying out different junglers. I know that Willer has kind of been sitting in the background of their academy team and challengers, so like there was a lot of different players that could have been stepping around. The only two that didn't get replaced were Diablo and Kellen. So I need to see whether or not we are actually going to get something a little bit more from these guys. Otherwise, like, I don't know, I'm kind of like, okay, like, can we maybe get Diablo a better team? There's a lot of rumors going around. A lot of folks are excited to see what Diablo can do next year. Yeah,
I think rightfully so if you've been watching any of his games or even heard about his highlights. A little bit here, though, I want to talk about win condition, at least for DK. I know we've talked about some of the things that might not go right for them, but aiming will always be a hyper carry. That 3-item spike for Sivir is known of all time pretty much, and I think that's something to kind of keep in your mind's eye here as DK go ahead and go for the first grubs. They're going to get the collapse on a Raptor who's just getting CC'd into the pillar, and that is going to be a little bit filthy there, too. Barrel coming over with Showmaker, Kellen on the flank. wonder if he actually wants to go. He looks like he wants to collapse this here, but another grub will go down. See going on the other side, trying to keep them away from the grubs. Re-engage comes in. That's going to be all 3 grubs going the way of DK, and now Vikla and Kellen, they're by themselves. Vikla has the CC, hits 2 of them, and Showmaker's getting body blocked by the Tibbers. That's going to be a double knockup from Barrel now coming through to save the day. Lucid, no, that hook actually hits on a Showmaker. How did he weave that? And all of a sudden, BFX find 2 more.
I'm more surprised that no one on BFX ended up dying during that play. That looked like a disjointed fight. Everybody losing their summoner spells outside of Diablo, who is 1v1ing aiming in the bottom lane and had to use his barrier to survive. Massive win coming in from BFX in terms of the gold. It is still 3 grubs going over to D plus Kia. And from here, this position, I was like, okay, this looks good. We now have wasted the anti-Tibbers. There's no ultimate from this Kiana. They are incredibly separated. But Vikla and Kellen play this fight mechanically really well when it came down to their positioning.
Dude.
Kellen blocking everything, and then Raptor finally gets to join back into this fight. Kellen having a game of all time here for himself after what was a disappointing Bard in game number 3.
And I'm just going to say the micromanagement of Tibbers from Vikla just makes Showmaker's life hell. He didn't get any damage off in that fight with the combo of the Tibbers and Kellen sitting in front of him. That was brutal to watch, and now we get back onto the map. We do have the Essence Reaver completed for aiming. That's going to feel good, but on the other side, oh man, you've got that Profane Hydra coming through already for Raptor.
Huh. Well, that's good if you're a BFX fan. We haven't mentioned her so far in the series, but 1010 is probably having the time of her life, seeing that we're probably going to Game 5 here for her boys. And I don't know, I see so much control. We're a minute before this Dragon spot, and just look at the minimap. It is littered with red wards, and Raptor's going to be a very, very strong Kiana. So I know we've talked a lot about Diablo throughout this series, but I think this game, at least for the time being, is going to wholly be based around the jungler here for B&K Fearax.
Yeah, a guy who had an incredible performance in game number 2 has been able to keep pace with Lucid a lot of the times here. Both of them trying to push the mold of this game as Barrel's trying to push this bot lane out of their mold as he's going to lock down Kellen. Look at Raptor. He's got a massive flank here. Dredge line connects as well, and Lucid's going to tank a turret shot and die to Diablo as now Barrel is going to die too. A double kill coming through. Not going to be a triple as Raptor cleans that one up, but please just get us to game 5.
Oh my god, 7-0. All of these games have been very one-sided, and
they're so one-sided, man.
Remember, what was the thing that we were talking about in one of these drafts, which was if you can win on red side, that gives you a really good chance of having side select for game number 5. Now, they're trying to find this pick onto clear, however. All right,
good damage.
That's the first kill going over to D plus Kia, but that's a second dragon going over to BFX.
Yeah, and that early stacking dragon, we'll see what the soul is going to be, but it could just rise in prio if they do get the right pull of the soul. And at least we get the kill from Showmakers. I was about to ask, man, what the hell is this comp supposed to do for DK? But at least they do find a little bit of something. But the biggest sticking point through all this is that, yes, Raptor is ahead, but Diablo, the final pick of the Zeri, something that he's been so comfortable on, is already ahead by almost 1,000.
Oh, she was dead.
Yeah.
She was dead. Wow. I hate to bring up our other LPL representatives, but Vikla's already showing he's better at Henny than Cream. That's crazy. All right. I just see like Raptor's gonna finish. He already did Wolves. He's gonna go do Raptors, Krugs, then do Red Buff. And I want to see if he has his Axiom arc ready, because he is almost 2,000 gold up over
that's
Lucid.
Insane, dude. It's literally insane. As you can call it execution, you can call it a draft diff. Right now, it's just a BFX diff as a nice bubble will land. I don't know if they're going to be able to do all the damage onto Diablo, but at least get half his health down. He's going to have to initiate the back as well in the end, too. So we have had a little bit of a lane swap coming through now.
Kind of have to at this point. Just let Annie catch this wave. It's really tough for Jace to ever solo kill this champion. I mean, Chibu already has the Rod of Ages, so you're very, very tanky, and you have a lot of AP as this game goes on. So just let Clear play in a side lane, catch the waves versus Sivir. If Sivir is ever by herself, maybe there's an angle for you to look for something. They should know someone else is here, not only just because Kellen showed himself, but because the Scryers... Oh, that could have been very unfortunate for BFX. Lucid had finished the recall, and then Raptor shows on the wave. He's like, well, not my problem anymore. My bad, guys.
All right, Vikla. Oh, he got spotted in the end as he walked forward. Gonna try to go for the all-in here, but it's just gonna be a little bit of damage. He gets the phase rush pop there as well. Speedy little girl. As we do see that collapse on the bot side kind of continue here for BFX as they do end up getting the wave in. But more importantly, I think we're going to see a readaptation towards the top side for both teams as we have Rift Herald up in 30.
Let's see them make the move. If that does happen, it means that Clear gets access to this bottom lane tier 1. Oh, he doesn't know. Siwu didn't get the full weight. He didn't get the entire thing.
God,
oh, no.
man. Siwu, he can't get away. Oh, the burn, it's not enough.
15 HP.
Wow. Insane that he gets out of there, but he knows that this is not the way it needs to go if they want to find anything in this game.
Yeah, now the rotation you were talking about, D plus Kia, they're going to be the first ones to the pit around the Herald, but Clear now gets level 11 after finishing this wave. He'll be able to teleport for this play, and there's no flash for Siwu. So the flash body slam, maybe the ultimate, will not be impactful here. It is BFX now. They're going to be numbers down for the time being. Look at Raptor, level 11, Axiom are completed. He is the most fed member in this entire game.
DK are trying to get out before the devil even knows they're there. They're going to get the eye, but look at the flank. The supreme display of talent going to do so much work there. And here comes Clear. Tries to hit a shock blast. Diablo is locked down. Diablo is the focus. Can they get him? They can't. The shield is there. Finally, Lucid will help get the kill with aiming, but they will leave bodies left in their wake as a double kill came through for Raptor. Aiming going to rebuff the rest of BFX, but still a one fight from B&K FearX.
2 for 1, and it is still D plus Kia grabbing the Herald. Kind of a Pyrrhic victory at that. Also some disynergy going on. We'll see it in the replay here, but the combo onto Diablo wasn't as perfect. It was a 2-man ult that does do this. Now Barrel hits the headbutt, pulverizes him out of the Gragas and the sleep. So not the best combination of spells, but like, this is the problem with this DK comp. They need to throw a huge haymaker to start with poke or, killing one member, and then they need to wait for all their cooldowns. And that's the big issue. The consistent damage from BFX is a lot better, and this is now going to be very problematic. It's 10-2 at 16.5 minutes, a 6,000 gold lead almost here for BFX, and they have the 2 dragons, and they're getting in position ready for this 3rd dragon spawn. And
it's a Hextech Soul, which you automatically know brings that a little bit more to the forefront, as Siwu did not see little sneakums coming through from BFX. Actually doesn't look like they want to go for it. I thought they had him dead to rights there, but realizing... I don't think you can see the jungle pet unless it's shown to you. No, you can't. You can't. Oh! Okay, Lucid's gone.
God. That's Sivir ult being popped on the hunt. Is ready. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm getting so frustrated, man. Because, what the hell is this DK team doing? Game number 2 was brutal, but this is on another level, man. They drafted blind multiple champions that just don't work.
Maybe they're just having fun. They've got a little bit of house money to play with, right? They're already up in the series. And if they lose this game, they will have side select. Remember, it was BFX who lost the last game and chose red side. I wonder if they decide themselves to go for red side. They're a team that is known for unique champions, so I wouldn't be all that surprised. And I think we've seen, as Fearless has developed, specifically for best of 5s, that teams are a little bit more willing to experiment with counterpick.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I think that's something I've really appreciated about some of these offshoot tournaments, that you do get to see a little bit more flexibility in that Fearless setup, and a little bit more comfortability in some of the niche picks that we end up getting, as we are looking at potentially more fights coming through, although I don't think DK need to do so just yet. We do have 2 items coming through for at least aiming, really waiting on that 3rd item for himself, but you have multiple items already completed for BFX.
Lennon, I gotta say, I'm really
What's up?
happy, even if some of the games have been one-sided, that we have a Game 5 here for
True.
ASI finals. Like, a lot of finals are 3-0, 3-1s. They're not as entertaining. And I've got to say, at least they are, like, really explosive games. Like, we're fighting a lot. There's a lot of funny stuff happening a lot of the time. So I just want to take a moment to appreciate, because I think a lot of people get wrapped up in the moment of, that the games aren't as clean. You're watching ASI, guys. Like, we're not here for clean gameplay. That'll happen in
Worst
like 2 or 3
stand, as you
weeks.
called it.
It is worst stand. That is one of the best names. That
Can't
has
use
been
the other
made
name.
up for this. No, we cannot. You can figure it out at home.
If you know, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it is a little bit of a preamble to the biggest stage of competition in Worlds, but still nice to be able to see, again, like I'd mentioned earlier in the series, some of these teams, some of the fandoms of these teams still have opportunities to cheer their teams on deep into the season. I mean, we're all the way in October, and we still have kind of highly leveled League of Legends being played. I said that. But it is still, though, something that BFX need to clean through. It is still about 4.7 thousand gold lead for them, but they need to execute on it, as the Sleepy Trouble bubble will come through on a Kellen, but they can't really follow on it.
No flash from Kellen. It's pretty good. Remember, this is a spell book Nautilus, so pretty squishy, all things considered. I don't know. Wait, you know what's a great stat that I just
What?
came up with?
What you got?
LPL has never lost at Asia Invitational Grand Finals.
There you go. Easy peasy. Results-based
LPL English.
analysis. That's the kind of stuff I like.
Okay.
So I keep seeing Showmaker go for like the paddle star into the bubble, but then he doesn't have the paddle star to follow up on the bubble.
Maybe he's just having, again,
Okay,
Probably just having a little
I'm
bit
sorry. Yeah, I thought, grand finals. I thought, we could.
that's why,
You see
Lennon,
mechanics?
you are here in the booth, and he's at home playing.
Yeah,
Okay?
because I don't want it, because he doesn't want to be serious. Why would we ever want that?
Well, there's an Otacon, so
There is.
probably gonna have to throw the game at some point. We actually, I haven't think we haven't gotten like an
You
Otacon.
dare. We
throw.
have not. We have not. Don't you put that evil on this series. These are LCK teams. These aren't LPL teams. Although every
There have been
region
some
has really.
disgusting LCK games with some Otacon throws.
No, that's what I was gonna say. It's like every region has had egregious Atacon throws.
Every region has had a Dignitas Baron, but for Otacon. Actually,
As,
Dignitas had their
yep.
own Dignitas Otacon. I forgot about that.
They did, yep. Can't stay away from it. As Turret on the outside will go down. As they actually catch Diablo, he goes right over the wall, man. He just gets away every single time. There's a dragon coming up in less than a minute. And you got to expect the resets from both sides coming out, because that is a... he got him. The redemption.
No!
But again, okay, I'm just going to say, Showmaker, you got to, I don't know, bro. You got to find a way to hit those combos. He hits the Sleepy Trouble bubble 10 times out of 10, but can't stick the damage. The redemption, just not enough. But we are getting reset for this fight because, again, like I was saying, it's 22 minutes in, and about half a minute, it's going to be potential soul for BFX.
That is as good as it's going to get, though. But I mean, we come into this fight, Lennon, and look at what is available here for D plus Kia. No flash for aiming, no flash for Showmaker, no flash for Barrel. I think they are hard pressed to be able to find a win here, and they're gonna have to go all out. It is only a 4,000 gold lead here for BK VRX, but they need to make it happen. They need, if D plus Kia want to close out the series now, they need something to go their way.
Aiming is on 3 items. Aiming's on 3 items. Aiming has hit the precipice of this Sivir. Oh, the cast going just wide for Shiwu. This was their comeback potential. They do find Viklin, so that's a big CC chaining down. Raptors the focus now. Sleepy Trouble Bubble hits on him. Aiming just needs to find his mark. Goes for the Boomerang Blade. Goes for the damage. They get him. Now DK show their strength. 5-man strong around the dragon and deny the soul from BFX.
Wait, did they just be able to get this game back for themselves? Because they can continue to push. They're going to get bottom lane wave and finish off this turret. They're thankful from the side of BFX that there is no Otacon on the bot side. I think maybe we got a little too hyped about the game. I thought we were going into game number 5, but DK show that they still have fangs here in game number 4.
They do indeed. Even from that massive, like 7,000 gold deficit, they have cut that down to just about 1,000, a little bit more so. And that just shows a little bit of those kind of pick up overextended BFX mistakes moments as Vikla just a bit extended here. And look at the damage that comes through from aiming and co.
That was just perfect setup there from Shiwu, and a flash comes out to help prevent Raptor from getting hit with the knockup, but this lands on a no one. The idea for this play I don't understand from Raptor. He gets taken out. That's a huge shutdown going over to Shiwu. That is a throw that BFX are going to want back. Yes, they will always have the chance of getting a soul. Maybe they make this play
Lucid.
here. That's Lucid.
Oh, and goodbye Barrel as well. He's going to try to tank up as much as he can, but the Paddle Stars are not going to come through fast enough, and aiming might be on 3 items, but he can't do anything if you don't have a team. He's going to get depth charge. The spell shield not going to be there. Now Showmaker's going to go down just like that. They toss it right back into the hands of BFX.
All right, so Otacon now goes over. Baron doesn't even spawn for another 25. DK not able to find the battle lines. That was BFX giving them a little bit of a freebie there, and they'll get some more gold as Clear takes yet another turret for himself.
Trying to give us as much of an LPL gold graph as we can get with 2 LCK teams in the grand finals. Definitely was a mistake by that last play of BFX that led to the DK comeback in that moment, but it was still BFX that had so much of an advantage and just catching out a Lucid who was trying to get some vision play.
He's by himself. This time the one-man ultimate for Raptor was good because none of DK were set up to actually deal damage properly. And with Annie not immediately eviscerated from a team fight, makes it significantly easier for BFX to be able to fight. Alright, so maybe we can go back to our regularly scheduled programming of talk about Game 5 coming soon. Maybe.
I will say, aiming does a hell of a lot of damage, man. Like you saw in that one, he just eviscerated the one member. But it's all about how he can hit and when he can hit. And I think that's been the hardest thing to answer for DK. Still now ballooned back up to about a 4,000 gold lead for BFX. Vikla looking to collapse here. We still have 2 minutes till another dragon, and that is a must-win fight for DK again.
Okay. Diablo's holding it by himself. Remember, this game really hasn't been about Diablo, and he's going to hit level 16. It has been almost entirely the top side here for BFX, something that we don't usually talk about when we're looking at this team. Now aiming, trying to plant his feet. That's an exhaust.
We got stuff going everywhere from BFX and DK right now. Siwu was trying to get a pick on a Vikla by himself, had nobody around him through his cask for some reason, and now DK lost some of that front line in a really good pickup fight from BFX that are going to balloon this straight into a Baron. I mean, they could just burn that one down. They don't even have Vikla around them, but no, they turned back, they pulled the bait, and now Lucid's going to try to run through the tundra to make it out.
Oh, this is good, though. This is just stopping BFX from grabbing the Baron. I do not care. If, honestly, Lucid is doing God's work right now. Lucid, the longer you waste their time, 2025.
Salute, Alk. 07 in just a second. He's going to die.
One more auto.
Oh,
there it is.
07 Soldier.
That stops BFX from immediately going for the Baron. Siwu respawns now, has teleport to be able to play. Showmaker will also have teleport. He's going to be now a huge investment here from B&K FearX. I think this has to be the last fight we see from DK, because Dragon spawns in 35 with the soul.
Oh, they're not even going to be able to contest. The biggest moment you want is for aiming to get up in there and be using the boomerang blade plus the ricochets to get all that AoE damage down. Wasn't able to get up there. Now the Baron will be in BFX's hands. They can use it to push these lanes and then get priority for the Dragon. It's going to be even harder for DK to find anything in this fight. The final backs are coming through. It feels like this might just be the signaling of the end as the Quicksilver Sash has been completed by aiming.
Yep, this has to be it. Global red buff going to be awarded to DK as they finish this one off. Dragon is now started, but Showmaker not quite in the area. This would be Soul. Every single Dragon from here on out is Soul. Dude, oh, Siwu, you're by yourself, brother.
Dude, they were trying to do... Oh, he got it! He stole it! Lucid
oh my God.
Flashed into the pit, stole the Dragon.
Let's go, Shiwu. And he clears the minion wave. Yes. Yes. Let's go.
I was wondering the setup because aiming was stuck doing the red buff the entire time while they were just burning the dragon. Oh, he missed the belly bop.
Oh.
Okay.
What?
Execute.
No, there's going to be a Zeri here.
No!
Yo!
Diablo gets another kill. That's going to be big. He's on 4 items now. 7 and 1 on the carry.
All right, so Shiwu was actually the distraction Gragas. He got everybody's attention. Chomp plus Smite. Lucid down 3 levels. He makes it look easy versus D plus Kia. Now, there were worries throughout parts of this game. I think BFX didn't push their lead as much as maybe we were expecting, but now finally ballooning themselves up to an 8,000 gold lead here. And no soul, but they still got Baron at their backs for the next minute.
They do indeed. A siege is going to be impeccable, though, as there really is no answer. If you try to go all in, then they just burn you down 100% to 0. We do get the back there from Showmaker. I do wonder if he has his Rabadons completed now. Doesn't look like so. He's okay. It does finally come through. I know it's a little bit delayed on the scoreboard. He finally hits Diablo, does a decent chunk of damage, but it's few and far between. They find the pick. That's Raptor down. That's only his 2nd death of the game. And now DK, they find an overextended BFX again, and they find a big shutdown going over to aiming. Now, Beryl has bought a lot of time here. The Redemption is going to buy even more as they get the trouble bubble down. They're going to get the re-engage coming through. It's a double knock-up city here, and Diablo is starting to cook. Diablo on his signature is going to find a Quadra, looking for the Penta kill for Diablo.
That's going to be the end of the game. The Sivir was the insurance policy for the last parts of this here for D plus Kia, and they almost make the comeback. They almost make it possible versus BFX, but it's game number 5, serving it up.
Let's go ahead and get that Silver Scrapes ready to go. Diablo gets his pick in 5th pick of game number 4, and it all works out beautifully. Set up by Raptor early on and laid home by Diablo himself. Game 5 on the horizon.
2nd ever pentakill here for Diablo. His 2nd pentakill of 2025 as well on his Zeri. I mean, we were expecting it. He was a silent killer in this game. Didn't need to be the main character as his top side was getting a lot of work done. But in the last final moments, it felt like, all right, this is your time to shine, kid. Let them loose. They used all their abilities on everybody else. This is your fight.
Finally got his Penta that Clear stole from him in the previous game too. Just incredible stuff from BFX. Really capitalizing on a comp that got ahead so early. Got to think about that first pick onto Lucid that set him so far behind. Lucid having an uncharacteristic performance, and I got to bring focus onto this DK comp. I know we'll talk all the good things about BFX, but what was this from D+? I know Showmaker's a good Zoe. It looked like he hadn't touched this champion in a year. He had missed so many paddle stars, so many combos that just didn't go through, and you can't have that when you have a Zoe. You also had Lucid, who has been a stud all tournament long. Looked like he didn't even exist.
Hey, he stole 2 dragons, so, you know.
Yeah? What did it do?
Let's give him some. Hey, how can play, okay? My enemy jungler started off with a kill. No, we're not doing.
He was the one that gave the kill.
There was a.
He was 0-6, bro.
There was a level 1 Nautilus. It's the B1 Trundle. That's a Coach Diff.
Then why are you picking it?
That's a Coach Diff. Coach was telling him pick Trundle here, and he's like, I don't want to. The casters are gonna flame me.
That's wild, man. But the thing is there's 2 sides of the coin, right? Like you can harp on the kind of awful performance from DK in this one, but you can also really highlight the fact that BFX capitalized on that, right? Like they needed to propel this forward from Raptor, and they did beautifully.
I mean, Raptor played most of this game really, really well. I would not be surprised, and it'd be so surprising because we look back at BNK's entire run here at ASI. Their first series versus Nongshim, 2 Diablo MVPs. Their series versus NIP, 2 Diablo MVPs. Versus Vikings, 1 Diablo MVP. Versus Weibo, a Diablo MVP. Nongshim, a Diablo MVP. And in this series, it's looking like we might have 2 Raptor MVPs.
True, which stark contrast to what we've seen in previous performance of BFX, but I would not doubt that they would give it over to Diablo. Like, I don't know. There was some that
He didn't do anything for like 90% of the game.
Who got the pentakill out?
I mean,
Drop
sure.
the mic. I can't drop my mic because it's attached to a mic arm, but I would do it.
Just
it's also a very
unscrew it for the mic
expensive.
arm.
It's a very expensive mic. I do not want to do that.
Okay, well, you're just like Zariel, man. You don't offer it if you're not gonna do it. That's just
Hey,
how
that's
it
my
goes.
first strike. That's Zariel's second strike. All right.
All right. Fair play. Well, we are expecting. Actually, I don't even know who to expect for who's gonna pick side select, because BFX, they chose red. Maybe D plus Kia, they decide to go for red as well here, since they will have side select for game number 5. I don't know.
Red side won for the first time in the series. Though it still was, 12-0 blue side grubbies.
Yes!
Okay.
Yes! Let's go!
Okay.
Okay.
I doubt it. I said Diablo might get it, but it is Raptor that earns MVP for that game number 4, and that means, Alk, that we get to hear the sweet, sweet Silver Scrapes put together by Rafa himself. We're going to be getting to that after this, as we'll see for game number 5.
Oh, wait, do I have it?
I believe in you. I believe in you.
Yes. All right. 3, 2, 1. Goodbye.
Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Alk, and we have a Game 5 on our hands. Hope you enjoyed that Silver Scrapes provided by Rafa, and I hope we get a banger game number 5.
Yes, a lot of different champions still open, and more importantly for us is what is going to happen for side select, because B&K just won the very first red side game of this best of 5.
Which is just insane with how one-sided it was for blue side the entirety of the way. But gotta say, DK's draft definitely didn't do DK any favors. Maybe did some favors for BFX, but again, it was off the back of that early snowball that we saw BFX take full advantage of across the entire map, led by Raptor, who got that MVP.
It's whether or not we're going to get that kind of Raptor coming out in this game number 5, because we have seen time and time again, whether or not he can hit that consistently has been kind of a problem for this team. And I will say, I feel like the best matchups we have seen for Clear is when he can neutralize what his opponent wants to do. I don't think we've seen him be really the standout carry. I don't think that we've necessarily needed him to kind of be a better player than the opponent. All he needs to do is just stop whatever they are trying to accomplish so that the rest of the map can play a little bit more freely.
Yeah, and I think that's been a big unlocking factor. I do wonder how they're going to try to pick for that. I just want to see, honestly, 2 very easily executable drafts for both sides. I mean, it's going to be harder to do now that we've had so many champions come off the board. I know that DK have been playing a little bit more niche, so maybe leaving some room for some more champs, but especially like the support role has been fully whittled down. You have to wonder, are some of the AD bans still going to be there? Are we going to see kind of those changes in the meta itself? Because we have pretty picked clean the meta in this series.
Yeah, I want to see the fearless draft like graphic, because we have a lot of champions. Couple
40.
that stand out personally as a Showmaker fan. I really want to see Showmaker Syndra. I think that if in the right spots, he is a fantastic player at it. That and whether or not we will get Smolder, because one of the last series that we saw from aiming was a critical Smolder failure where he threw the game and basically knocked out and left DK without the ability to go to Worlds. And for Diablo, he's only played Smolder twice in his career, and both of them were last year in LCK Challengers, and he is 0-2 on the pick.
True, and try to get the Smolder out. It has been kind of the fallback for a lot of players across this. I gotta ask, if Showmaker chooses Swain instead of Zoe last game, does that change anything? Does Swain come out here in game number 5? Do we see the Showmaker Swain once again?
I think the Swain is interesting. I think in general they probably just don't have enough damage, and they're basically relying on Sivir to 1v9. Maybe it comes out. Swain, Syndra, Smolder. Could be interesting.
Give us the options.
Oh!
All right, so it's the DK blue side. Yeah, they're going to go for the old classic here, as the continued bans from game number 4 are going to be there.
Do they see a Lulu on 3 banned away by D plus Kia? It's going to be Pantheon this time. So what is their first pick? I know we put a large focus on a couple of mages. I still think that Talia has her space in these games. Also haven't seen Galio so far, which I think is quite interesting.
I know it got banned in game number 1. The Ivern is going to be picked up as the final ban here by BFX, so we'll see what that first pick is going to be from DK.
Has been a pocket pick in the LCK for Lucid, has 3 plays. Corki, someone that has been banned. You can kind of get away from bad or middling laning phases by just slamming him. Diablo and Kellen haven't been the best laning partners. So
they've been banning it every game, the Corki for BFX. Is this all bait? Do they leave it open to bait it out and find the pick? I don't know. We'll see. The scaling is always going to be there. I know the meme is, you don't want to kick, at least pick mechanically based 80 carries, a Corki in a game number 5 deciding draft, but I think this is a situation where they can draft around it as well. And we'll see what the 1-2 punch from BFX is in this game number 5.
Looks like we're going to have clear blind York top lane. So not
It
a
was
lot
banned
of
away
options.
from him.
Yeah. Let's see what they're able to do with this relatively strong champion by himself. Has obviously gotten a few nerfs this year after we saw his rise to prominence in the middle of Split 2. Silas blind for Vikla?
Not a fan. He's even smiling. He's like, wait, did we really do that?
But why? What if they just pick all of the worst ultimates of all time? Like, I mean, hell, we could even do
They can't be
Silas.
that
Like, they could be
bad.
Corky mid, honestly. Like, this could still be a Corky mid angle, and then Silas is just hating his life. Like, I'm okay with one of our solo lanes blinding. Let's just get jungle here.
And the Gwen's going to be the other answer for DK so far in the first phase, is they're going to give that one over to Siu. And more importantly, it gives you a ton of that late game scaling, right? DK are saying that if you bring us to 35, 40 minutes of the game, we will be unstoppable. And that's just with 2 picks.
Ooh, Barrel. Are you going to go for it? Because now this means that your 2v2 in bottom lane is going to try and hammer away at what would have been the weakest part of the game for BFX, which is early game. Diablo and Kellen have died in lane multiple times throughout this tournament. So now we're going to see it. Barrel, he played it during the LCK, or actually he's no Pyke this year. I think it's quite fun, but now what do BFX go for? Are we going to try and take an 80 carry? No. We did all this just for Maokai on 3.
The champ's kind of OP, bro.
I know, but surely we could have done.
Nah, the Blitzcrank. So we're going Spice with Spice because everything is nice in that bot lane. As it's Pyke versus Blitz, usually something you only see on one side.
Okay. Let's see it. Let us see it. Come on. Second phase of bans. Poppy, I think, is a perfectly reasonable ban.
Wait, Diablo just slapped himself in the face.
Yeah, you gotta wake yourself up. He's probably like, goddamn.
I can't. It's so dark in here. I can't.
We also did start the series very late. So if I go check time in Korea right now, it is 11:30 p.m. Now, I'm sure there's a lot of gamers over there, but considering we started at 7 p.m. for China time, that is pretty intense.
Yeah, it's crazy that it started so late, but here we are nonetheless, and 5 games later nonetheless. It is the Poppy ban, at least in the second phase from BFX, so trying to take away some of that wiggle room for DK. The bot lane bans are going to continue here, though, as that is the focus for DK and the Xayah.
I like the Xayah. I'm trying to think.
There's the Galio ban again.
I would really hate to see a Kalista this game. Ballista Blitzcrank can be an interesting combo, but against
the Ballista?
Pyke, Gwen, yeah. I mean, Jin's technically still up. It just means that all of the carry potential has to go into the top side of the map, and I still don't really like what we're seeing from for Silas's prospects anyway here in this game. It's going to be the Aurora, which... Are they thinking that this is Raptor playing jungle Silas?
I think so.
I respect that. I respect the fact that they're keeping the flex open.
Let's go. Jin on 4.
Jin on 4. All right. DK.
Don't think that's the pick you'd want for Diablo
They
deciding
need
game, but
some crowd control. We need to have mid and support mid and jungle basically set up everything. I like that the Silas is even disincentivizing DK from picking up something like the Maokai that we were seeing earlier.
And there's only that counter pick left for BFX. It's going to have to be something very important for Raptor if we get the Diana Yasuo locked in, baby!
Let's go!
Oh
my god. Lucid Showmaker playing Diana Yasuo. Oh my god.
I love it. Hey, you're going to go out in a bang or maybe a whimper in game number 5. At least you have a tried and true combo, as that's going to be incredible. It also enables something that has been a little quiet, especially in that last game between Lucid and Showmaker, that has been kind of the bread and butter picks for DK. And we will get a Colt Big Vikla classic here with his Akali. I love that we're getting this from him to step up in the final moments.
Okay, wait, nope, this is the wrong thing. No. Okay, well, I'll find it later.
I believe in you.
Man, they end up swapping it. They have the Akali into the Yasuo. A rather short-range composition yet again, but they have so much pick potential coming on through from D plus Kia. And a lot of explosive playmaking with this Pyke, and just having your Yasuo there. It's going to be a big game coming in. It's game number 5. We're getting some spice coming on through as well.
Yeah, I think this game is either going to be the bloody shenanigans that I wanted, that I expected, or it can get very out of hand very quickly for any side that finds an advantage. It is so incredibly tilted on an edge here between the two, with some very spicy picks coming through, but now with, more importantly, a lot of that pressure coming through in a final game in, yes, a tournament that is here because you weren't able to make it to Worlds, that biggest stage, but it is nonetheless a tournament against some of the best in the world in terms of their respective regions. We do see a lot of building from DK, the favorites of the tournament so far, now coming into a Game 5 against BNK Fear X, and it's all about the story of grit that BFX has had this entire tournament.
Also, I just want to know, because I needed to look this up, the last time Showmaker played Yasuo was against BNK Fear X last year in playoffs of summer. Different mid laner was closer last time, but Clear, Raptor are the same players from that lineup.
Well, we'll see what happens in our final game of the first ever Asia Invitational. Get to crown our 2025 champion. BFX looking for a level 1. That's where Blitzcrank thrives. They aren't going to find DK as they exit their jungle.
All right. Raptor's going to get spotted on this ward. And we didn't talk too much about compositions because we were just having so much fun with all of the different and unique champions that we got picked here in this game number 5. But I think as this game goes on, we haven't had a big focus on it, but I feel Siwoo and Clear are going to have huge impact in this game. I mean, Gwen can rip apart this team, but Clear on this Yorick, I think this champion interacts so well with some of the champions against that DK are showing. Is this going to be a late invade versus Raptor? Yes, it is.
Oh, my God. They actually just wrapped all the way back around. He gets hooked. Oh, he didn't angle the Gatling gun. Oh, that's so unfortunate. He was right up against the wall, and that does mean a hook comes through with the deadly flourish, and Amy's going to go down first blood for BFX.
And he just started Deadly Flourish. I mean, that is a huge opener. It screws over Raptor, but Diablo gets to have a good start to the game, aiming Flash to try to kill the Sylas. Now it's going to be some vertical jungling. We need to see what both teams and how they will react to this.
Man, I love to see a Jhin get ahead early. You can do so much with a small advantage on the Jhin. Just keep pressure as well. And another hook comes through. This time the Deadly Flourish connects on a barrel. 4th shot goes through as well. The skewer is going to hit onto Kellen, so he's going to take a little bit of damage back. But so far, Kellen has the better of it in the early game as these spicy support picks continue to be.
Doesn't even get spotted on the Gromp there. Really, really clean vision play coming in from Lucid early. And wow, already delivering. We get some great stuff here in game number 5. 3 minutes in. Jin's going to take a recall already early, and Raptor is in a pretty tough spot. He did his Krugs, he's done his red, and he might just get 3 quadranted here by Lucid. I mean, Diana got buffed a little bit ago, and she's pretty strong as long as you can get her some gold.
Yeah, she absolutely is. And again, you throw in the combo of the Yasuo there. That's why this combo has been around for so long. I gotta say, how are we feeling about the Sylas jungle? I know it hasn't been that popular as of late, but do you still feel like it has a lot of ins in this game?
I don't really like the ultimates that he gets to seal this game. Pyke ultimate can be interesting. I mean, they have quite a fair amount of damage, especially because they will have an Akali in this game, at least for the time being. And they have knockups, thanks to having a Blitzcrank, so, I mean, taking Yasuo ultimate is not the worst thing in the world. I don't think you're going to be able to use the last breath armor penetration that comes along with it.
The Diana ult's going to feel good.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. We'll see what Raptor is able to do, and he is, when given the carry champion so far in the series, has been able to perform. So
Yeah.
let's see if he's going to be able to deliver on that front.
Dude, another combo from Kellen. He just can't miss his hooks. Raptor in trouble, though, against Lucid. Lucid takes the skirmish early and takes him down solo. Bolo for Lucid.
Lucid also gets his red buff back here, so getting his lick back. He's going to get so fat. He gets double scuttle, 3 quadrants of this jungle camp. I am feeling so good if I am Lucid. I'm sure that if Rafa were watching right now, he would be ecstatic to be in Lucid's position here. So how did Raptor get caught here? I mean, literally, it's just passing ships in the night here. I don't think Raptor's allowed to go for this, and that's a flash engage from Lucid. Pretty simple.
And that's the kind of stuff you love to see from a guy who has, again, been the stud of DK the entire tournament long. That Rookie of the Year from 2024. Lucid's going to be feeling very confident to take these steps forward now. He will be an incredible engaged ticket for DK.
As long as Lucid and Showmaker can stay ahead of their opponents and stay on tempo in items, this duo is going to basically be the knockout punch that puts BFX to sleep and ends our series. But trying to see if they can fish with Barrel in the wings. Kellen tries to do the same. No Bone Skewer, and they're going to play for Respawn Raptors here to steal that away from BFX.
Actually, can get a little bit here. Kellen's about to have his hook back up. Bone Skewer is going to be teed up onto Kellen. As now with the follow-through, Kellen can absolutely pick somebody here. He's going to use the speed up. He's going to use the exhaust on a Lucid. Going to use the knock up into the grab, and just by so much time, Lucid will go down to Kellen. Unfortunately, getting the gold for that one, but it will still be a big pick onto the jungle.
Okay, that's a good find here for BFX. They're now also having Shiwu versus Diablo, which I think is quite interesting. Going for a bit of a lane swap just to put the Corki in a slightly better spot here. And I don't know. Honestly, I gotta say, I'm like kind of happy with where this game is at for both teams. It is obviously a gold lead here for BFX, but I think the gold's in the right spots if you're DK.
Yeah, I think both teams don't outright have big advantages in teamfights, but it comes down to individual executions, right? Like if Lucid and Showmaker get a big combo off, then all of a sudden that fight's over, right? But if you have the other side where you have a scrappy fight, we have a couple pick options from Kellen, and you have that single target damage that they can easily follow up on. BFX can take these fights, and I think that's what we're going to be seeing coming up into these objectives soon out.
Showmaker, let's see it. Playmaker gets hooked. He's dead.
Play not maker. That's going to be another pick for Raptor as he gets that kill, and losing that mid lane combo again is going to put you back.
DK slow on the rotates to put themselves in good positions here. It's going to be Corki and Pike sitting in mid. Diablo's going to solo farm. A teleport from Gwen means that BFX, they get time alone on these minion waves. Barrel's just going to be here to cancel. Also using the T1 skin, which I think is very fun. But, I mean, okay,
Trying to
Herald
evoke
spawns
Carrier.
in 35. I feel like if BFX get this, it's very good for them. Obviously, Gwen's always going to be a split-pushing menace, but just taking that away from your opponents when team fighting is going to be such a big goal from them and trying to play the map a little bit wider, I think kind of takes the legs out from underneath D+.
It definitely does, though. Oh, gets the minion there. Kellen at any moment can kind of upend things for DK. Still a very dead even game so far. You see, though, DK trying to move out in front of this play, in front of the grub spawn, and steal away a little bit more of the jungle in favor of Lucid.
What ultimate does Raptor opt to steal it? I think it's
gotta
either
be
going to be
Moonfall.
Pike or the Moon. I mean, sure, the Moonfall is impactful, but he also doesn't have the same amount of AP that this Diana would. So I also just don't think he has the same follow-up. I think the execute is really, really good if we can get Vikla involved. He'll have the perfect execution as well. Need to see, can BFX leverage this gold lead? There's the Pike ultimate, and first grub's going to go over to DK.
This is such a tricky place for DK to be in. They're being surrounded by a Blitzcrank, so they can just get engaged on at any moment. They're going to do so now. Barrel some trouble with Raptor. The fourth shot coming through from the curtain call of Diablo, but now it's DK going to be in some trouble here. Raptor had stolen that one, but it's going to be the undertow coming through, but it's not enough. The double knock-up from Showmaker, at least getting the old combo off, but is it going to be enough to get the kills here? Barrel's about to go down, tries to get the kill back onto Vikla. He's going to burn down now, aiming, trying to get away from Kellen and Diablo. Diablo had picked up another one, though, and it's going to be a double for Barrel as well.
That was a failed Silas stealing ultimate, and kind of a little bit all over the place there from both sides of the fight. BFX trying to push away, aiming. He gets to survive using his flash. Raptor puts pressure onto Barrel, but I mean, that's a distraction at that point. That's a win. Aiming almost goes down. If Raptor had just moved forward and been with Vikla during this fight, I feel like this is a huge win coming on through for PNK FearX. But it's two grubs going over to DK. And once this Moonfall from Lucid comes in, that almost changes the fight. If things had gone out shaken a little bit differently, I feel very strongly that BFX could have lost this.
Absolutely. Again, we said it from the beginning. All it takes is one big combo from these two to really kick things off. I got to give huge props to Kellen, though, on this Blitzcrank pick. He has been so instrumental in how they've been turning some of these fights. The perfect timed knockups and things that he's been able to deny, like immediately denying Showmaker that play is okay. Lucid came in and got that second one, I believe.
Wow.
So it will be a 2-for-1 in favor of DK off the grubs.
Okay.
Vikla, no. Vikla, no. Okay.
Oh, there we go. Shuriken backflip. Barrel's
and now
dead.
Barrel's going to die. Should have picked Ash.
I don't know if that's the
Okay. I thought you were going to laugh. I thought you were going to laugh. I thought it was funny.
No.
No? Okay.
You gotta try harder than that. Come on.
All right. But it is going to be a big pick nonetheless, and also just kind of slowing down Barrel's activity on the map. And you continue to see some of the impact that maybe some of these comfort picks are having. And Vikla really showing out on a key pick for him throughout his career.
Wow. What a fun game, right? Like, this is exactly... It is starting to become a little one-sided, though. We're 11 minutes in, and BFX already have a almost 1,500 gold lead. Looks like we're going to be putting eyes down onto this dragon. It should go over to DK with the advantage that they do have. I mean, Showmaker's about at level 9. They have priority from both bottom and mid lane. Raptors just now resetting and come back out of the map. So let's see what DK can do and how they'll play around priority. Seems like they're a bit hesitant to walk over.
But how crazy is this? Even in a microcosm of just a small gold lead early on into a game number 5, but the fact that BFX have pushed DK to 5, and the last time it looked so one-sided for DK over BFX. And I think it's so nice to see that come back, and so nice to see BFX breathe a little bit of air into their life. As clear, gonna get solo bolo by Siwu, and that's just easy peasy for the Gwen.
All right, two grubs. How much can we actually see work out here?
Well, that's some weird vision toggles. Oh my god.
All right, but that turns into Dragon here for BFX. I want to see what Siwu does on the top side here, because if he can actually take this turret, it's good, or get some plates, it's fine. Doesn't end up happening, and that also means that Siwu doesn't get to join that fight if DK wanted him to. So even though Clear dies, I honestly think it's not all that bad for BFX.
Yeah, not all that bad also because they get the dragon going for themselves. So they'll have that one stacking up, at least the first mountain dragon. The next next will be Chemtech at least. We still do have about 2.5 minutes for that Rift Herald as well. And so now that we've developed these comps a little bit more, I know we're favoring BFX in these setups. We also have first items being completed. Now a little bit further behind for Showmaker. And Lucid might just find Clear here. See if he can all in him. As we'll come back to the conversation about the items as Lucid gets locked down in jail. Showmaker is going to get engaged on now too. And beautifully again, Kellen just expertly laying down the CC chains, and Showmaker not going to die to the redemption. Barely makes it out with his flash.
Raptor, he used his ultimate too late. Maybe they find Lucid here.
Oh, but Raptor goes for that engage with the stolen Yasuo ult. Here comes Lucid though. He does still have the Moonfall. He's going to go for the double with that Dragon's Breath, and now they end up getting that quick kill that they were looking for onto Raptor. And just saying, that combo, it's starting to show its teeth.
Yeah, I just think Raptor played that quite awfully. If we're being fair, let's be fair. Call a spade a spade.
Let's be fair.
He
Let's
stole
be
the
fair. We
ultimate
called out
after
Showmaker.
all the all the knockups onto Showmaker, and then we throw the ultimate. Like, by that point, it's already too late. And then we use it on a full health Diana. Like, there's got to be a better way to play that one. So, turns into 2 kills, buys time, and Lucid is starting to ramp up. He's almost a full level over Raptor in experience and has 20 CS over. That's 5 camps already done here above him.
That is crazy, and it's not going to slow down anytime soon. He's already got that Dark Seal building up as well. But as I was talking about, like, kind of those first item completions, maybe acting to the factor of what this next team fight's going to have for us. About 30 seconds for that Rift Herald Alk. Let's see what we have in store for us. I think it's going to be a lot of these ultis that we have to take a look at as needlework, perfect execution. Even the curtain call is not going to be available.
Should mean that it's an advantage towards DK. I think that their champions are probably a little bit more robust, but the basic abilities of BFX just have a lot of crowd control. Thanks to
Bro, what is that Moonfall CD, man? That's all I'm saying.
It's back already. That's what it is.
That's crazy, man.
And he's already done with his jungle item, by the way. Like, Lucid is
and he's already got it needlessly, too.
Yeah. He is extremely strong in this fight. It's going to be him starting up this Herald. Barrel is even flanking him. They're having Showmaker farm up in topside. DK, they started off slow, but it has been BFX who I think have stumbled over themselves here in game number 5.
And that is unfortunate. We were building them up. The story that could be if they can come back and take down DK. But nonetheless, we are in 5-game territory, and that brings all the stress and everything alongside it. As we see some of the vision go a little bit dark for DK. Showmaker should play a little bit more safely, but he's still going to be engaged on. He didn't go fast enough. He didn't escape, and now he's going to be taken down again. Kellen with the combo from Oblivion here, and Raptor takes him down.
Love that combo from Kellen. Silence so he can't use his wind wall. Gets the knock up, the last breath at the very last moment. Good job there from BFX, and a good spot to be able to get clear potentially the first turret of the game. You can see that Shiwu and Barrel are looking to play on this side of the map with 2 grubs as well. Vicla's going to send it on to Lucid.
I don't think you're tanky enough, Lucid. He's going to try to get to his team, but perfect execution comes out the perfect time. Barrel, I don't think he was under execute range there, but we'll see.
No, that's to bring the stun. So the combo with Pike is
Mm-hmm.
E-ult, and then you stun him when you land.
Because
I think it was an okay.
Briefly appear, which is kind of cool.
No flash from Vikla. That is a turret. That is also another kill going over to BFX. That is exactly what we wanted to see. It's why these teams are so close. The 5th and 6th seed from LCK, and Vikla's dead.
The slowdown, and Vikla through the shroud will just be cut down by a girl with a big pair of scissors. Big pickup, now 2-0 for Siwu.
Mostly just a stopgap measure, just making sure that they can actually play the supportal combat.
Fight.
What can we do against the champion that has no damage and the champion that only builds AD and has no HP? Kellen.
All right.
Thought he was going to get a little
Kellen
spicy.
had the ulti there, yeah.
They have to recall. The dragon is up right now. They need to get back in.
No.
Raptor
Go back in
is
there.
top side right now, which kind of tells me that BFX are not looking at this dragon.
And I think in some ways maybe that's deserved with some of the power they were able to use there, but still not having a massive advantage. Now Diablo, he's going to bait in Siwu, and that was the big power point. We said the rocket grab's going to come through, but the rockets are coming back in from aiming. Aiming's going to have to block for Siwu, and Lucid's going to try to block too. The redemption. No! Oh, my God. I thought he weaved that one around. Man. That's like 3 times this series that we've got away with like sub 50 health redemption non-kills.
If I had a nickel, it wouldn't be all that much, but it'd just be surprising. It's going to turn into Vikla getting some turret damage on the bottom side here, and now that they've kind of rotated, especially with Shiwu now on the top side, all things considered, I thought it wasn't going to be BFX looking at the dragon. DK, they lost too much in mid trying to make this pick around Diablo, and now it's going to be BFX with now 2 dragons to their name. This is getting close. Like, this is the closest we have had all series long here at the 19-minute mark.
We're at least getting almost to the point that I was saying. I just wanted blood. I wanted action. I wanted it to be dead even. And we do get that. It is going to be the trade of objectives. The Rift Herald will be there for some latent gold for DK, but I do love that BFX are pushing the mantle with these dragons to just continue stacking up, and we got an Infernal Dragon Soul on the map, so it brings it even more into priority.
God, I can't wait. This is exactly what a Game 5 Fearless should be. This is what an international Game 5. Hoping we can get a lot of those in Worlds. Got a few of them in MSI. Maybe the Mickey Mouse tournament was the friends we made along the way.
Yeah, we'll get those in Swiss for sure.
I mean, there are other best of fives in other parts of Worlds. So
Fearless will make its debut, which actually is really exciting at Worlds.
At Worlds.
And now I do wonder, where does DK want to use this Rift Herald? We do still have a lot of health on the mid lane. All the turrets obviously available to them, but maybe they just try to dump this into a side lane here.
I think you could make a lot of plays. You have Pyke, you have Diana. Like, surely we can make something happen. It's just a pretty big investment here from D plus Kia. They try to see if they can force on a Diablo. That's half his HP gone.
Yeah, he's a little bit in a tough position. Vikla goes into a 1v3. He's buying a lot of time, but I don't know if he's going to be able to get out of this one alive. He goes in with the perfect execution on the barrel, but can't find the kill. He's going to heal some back too. DK had gone for that fight initially, but ended up backing away in a really good response from BFX.
Good job from them. Means we're just going to go back to lanes here. I think if BFX don't have ultimates, D+ are happy. And look at what they came out of that. That was only Shiwu's ultimate and Barrel's flash. And they got all of the ultimate abilities coming in from BFX. So there is going to be about a minute window here where DK are going to have buttons that BFX just don't have access to. And I want to see if they'll be able to punish during this timer. Vikla almost gets Barrel, but flash over the wall means that he survives. They summon the Herald, so that'll be a top with tier 1 falling, and DK will get a small injection of gold here.
I think that's some of that standing gold that we were talking about, but it is just that dead even state. And so something else I want to talk about here is the power of these side lanes, because we've seen Gwen, 2 items now, getting closer to infinite scaling. Obviously not infinite, but feels like it a lot of time with the Gwen. But you have Clear on the Yorick, which usually has a lot of prowess in the side lane.
That is true. I mean, I just realized Clear has... he's playing into Gwen, but he has the plated steel caps. So it's mostly just to help with Showmaker and aiming, but I think it is a choice for sure to try this. It does mean that he's actually not going to be as resilient in the side lane versus them. So surprised to see that D+ consistently keep putting Yasuo into him.
Okay, they're going to try to find aiming here. He's going to flash out of the Deadly Flourish. Diablo has been disgusting with the picks, and now another pick. Kellen tries to get Barrel. Barrel's not going to go down. Big 3-man ulti with the last breath from Showmaker with the combo from Lucid. And it only takes 1 engage for DK to just set it alight.
And they get even the bottom lane tier 1. Maybe they go for a little bit more. Remember, there's an Otacon up. They have a lot of their damage dealers still available. Shiwu can TP for this play after he pushes in the bottom lane wave. DK might shoot out to a huge lead here as they start this objective up, and it is going to be on Vision. Raptors on the bottom side. They're going to spend a lot of time just getting here. By the time this happens, they might just be too late. Diablo's not going to respawn in time.
Oh, man, it's just gone. That's going to be so much power going over to DK with the permanent buff, with the team fight buff there, too. They are going to lose a little bit here as Vikla is going to try to stop Siwu from following the rest of his team back to base. They did end up taking that outer and mid, so a little bit of gold back and still a micro advantage for BFX.
It's all about edges here, and
Barrel
gets picked again. Dragon spawns, and this will be BFX with a numbers advantage on their soul point dragon.
Barrel's just not having a fun time this game. I think Kellen has just had his number. And really nice to see is Vikla. He's been spotted. He will be seen trying to escape. Lucid is on the other side. He realizes that, and there's 4 members trying to chase him down, but Showmaker's trying to dodge out of this one. Did have the shield bow to save his life with the shield, as now that curtain call is going to open up, and the cover fire for Vikla comes up big from Diablo.
Infernal Soul Point here reached by BFX. They get pushed on bottom lane wave, and Vikla survives. Man, we are just trading such perfect objectives. Otacon for a soul point. BFX, they trade gold for objectives on the map right here. And it is going to get closer and closer outside of the topside fight, Lennon. We have not seen Showmaker and Lucid pair up as a duo. And this is the second year of seeing these two players play together on D plus Kia. So we need to get a little bit more mileage out of these two. This is the linchpin of the composition that we built around, and we got 4-4 on 4 and 5. I need to see them actually play out a fight with this combo. Otherwise, I feel like, again, we call into question DK's drafting. Like, what was the point of getting these champions if we're not going to be able to execute on them?
Yeah, and it's been a combo that has been a bit desynced all series long. There were a couple moments, obviously, in the TF game, things along those lines for DK, but Showmaker and Lucid have not been up to the par that they had set for themselves. Is now back. TP is going to be there from BFX. They're going to flank. They're going to find it. They're going to try to get the Moonfall combo out early, and they do. Now Vikla's in some trouble, but they already find Barrel, and now going in goes Vikla. He's going to go down very quickly, but ended up going through the back end of the fight from DK. So that's a little bit tough there. It will be the trade back and forth, but Vikla being down is a power point.
Man, Vikla just TP'd, flashed, and died instantly.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
He's like, I got 2 items.
Yeah, I really appreciated yesterday's Twitch chat saying his name is Vic LTA. It's a little bit mean-spirited, but I enjoyed it. All right, let's take a look at this replay. How did this go down? He TP's on a flank. Kellen is literally just completely zoning them by just showing up into a fight, and there it was again. Moonfall, no last breath. Where is this combo here? And Barrel getting picked out numerous times. A single 5-point shuriken. The difference between aiming, living, and dying there.
Dude, you said it, and it's going to happen again. Barrel just dies again, man. Going down for the 5th time. You picked this to be spicy, and I don't think you can handle the heat, as Baron started up by BFX.
It's potentially Barrel's last games here, especially as a pro. There was always the conversation about him retiring, and his last games in LCK Park were not the greatest. The Rammus is obviously going to be super memorable. Kellen's going to go fishing, and it's a wind wall to stop it, but now they're going on to Shiwu.
Oh, he doesn't get caught. Okay, he's still going to be able to dash away from that one. No, he actually doesn't have it. Oh, he uses it to go on the other side of the fight. There's the last breath coming through, but they are so split and so desynced. DK are falling apart at the finish line here.
There it is, DK. They had only lost 2 games in the group stage versus Weibo. They go undefeated in the upper bracket of this knockout stage here at ASI. They 2-0 to start off the bracket. BFX, and now in Game 5 are crumbling versus the Fox. As we take a look, Shiwu, aiming is nowhere near in this fight. We see the Lucid combo again, but he is exhausted. So no damage comes out from the other half of this combo. Showmaker's trying all he can, but Vikla is too far ahead. And that'll be the Baron going under BFX, and a minute before we get to the Soul.
It's so incredibly powerful. Such an aura coming out of BFX here. A final stand, a defiant scream of the end of the year. A year that did not end in their favor, but they still find a way to come out positive. After all the grit, all the absolute craziness that we've seen from this BFX team, the bracket run that they had, right, being able to take down Weibo, being able to take down Nongship. They didn't lose a single game in that lower bracket, just like DK hadn't lost a single game in that upper bracket, and it really is the dueling fates here.
All right, 30 seconds. There's going to be no flash here for Showmaker. Barrel doesn't get spotted over the wall. All right, this could be our last fight of the tournament here at ASI.
Oh, they go in for the last breath combo. They get 2. It's not going to be enough. They don't get the kill. Barrel's about to die. He misses the reset from Raptor, though, and now Lucid is the target. Lucid goes down, and it's just too much of a gold diff. Vikla finds 2. I said it was his signature, and he stands tall on it. It's going to be a double kill for him, and Siwoo is going to go down to a triple to Vikla.
That's going to be the end of the game, potentially. 30. I mean, it's just Barrel alive. They have Baron. BNK Fear X may have just won ASI.
They might have the first ever Asia Invitational, a battle of all the teams that didn't make it to Worlds, a continuation for the fandoms, and the BNK Fear X fans will be proud as their team knocks on the door of DOF D plus Kia as they take down one Nexus turret after another. It's going to be BFX that take the first ever Asia Invitational and a dominant game number 5.
Wow. Insane. Lovely stuff, and there it is. Oh, and honestly, I have to say, tonight's series was a complete reversion of everything we have seen from BFX in this tournament. Every game was Diablo, Diablo, Diablo. I really feel like the top side of this map came alive for this best of 5 and really showed their stuff against DK, who were repping some of the best top sides in the game in the series.
I mean, that's actually so insane. The turnaround that BFX has had. Big, omega, massive, humongous props to Kellen, who in the face of a Pyke took the blitz and was the better support. Heads and tails.
Oh, for sure. I just love that. And it's, you know, we had shades of this when we saw DK.
Mm-hmm.
We had seen games where Siwoo and Lucid didn't look as great, that Showmaker was a bit more invisible, but we were willing to kind of write that off because, like, the early games from BFX have not been clean. They haven't been the best team around setting up, but Raptor came to play in this series multiple times, got invaded to start this game off, lost at level 1, and then just was able to come back. And this entire series was not about Diablo. I really feel like Vikla across 5 games was the better mid laner versus Showmaker.
I agree. I absolutely agree. I think Showmaker spent a lot of this series being a little bit of an invisible man. And that's what you can't have for D plus Kia. Still just a story, man, to come back like that for BFX. On red side, they won twice on red side. Yeah. Alk? Like, that's insane.
That's incredible. One fan we do have to shout out, 1010. She got it to happen. Game 5, her team wins. She already had to go through the pain of watching JDG for all of 2025, and then the disappointing way that they lose to GAM wasn't the greatest, but at least one of her teams makes it. I'm sure she's happy that Clear gets a Game 5 win versus D plus Kia. Who is MVP for this game? Because
Kellen.
I think Kellen is fine. I think you could give it to Vikla, but either
Kellen,
one,
bro.
Honestly.
Because if Pyke, or if there's any kind of breathing room for Barrel, like, I feel like he's such a menace this game, but the fact that he was shut down every time he tried to find something, like, I think, first of all, got to re-examine the Pyke here for Barrel, but more so importantly, it was the capitalization of time and time again. These combos, dude, you cannot play against this, right? Like, you are silenced into the knockup, as soon as you walk away, you're grabbed, the slows, everything. Like, it is disgusting the amount of time he was buying.
The silence as well versus these melees,
yeah.
You get so much value. This was a wonderful pick coming on through from Kellen. I can't wait for them to give it to someone else after going through all these highlight packages of his Blitzcrank play. But we were hoping that the combo was going to come through. I think there was a lot of things colliding here in this draft. We talked about just coming in. The last time we saw Showmaker play this was against BNK Fear X last year in summer playoffs of the LCK. It was only Clear and Raptor who were a part of that roster. Everyone else, Closer, he's on Pro now. Henna is over in the LTA or LCS now. Duro's on Gen G. Like, a lot of things are different. DK were even different back then, but
It's now a different story in ASI as well as it.
There's no way finals MVP
there's
is Diablo.
No way.
We are extreme
no
capping.
Way, bro.
We are extreme capping. There's no way. Are we serious? We wait. So let me get this straight. So here's our MVPs in a row: Barrel, Raptor, Showmaker, Raptor, and then finals MVP is Diablo.
We're doing what? He didn't do anything.
I'm gonna steal your point from game number 4. He got a pentakill.
It's fine. It's fine. I see you, Vikla. I see you, Kelly.
I want to see these votes. I want to see these votes right now.
Send them to the mines. I don't care about their votes.
I want to see who voted for this.
We'll see who gets it. I can't believe look, that's crazy. What a series from BFX, though. God, dude, Kellen robbed, man. Kellen robbed.
We've had a lot of the voting today has been very cringe. A lot of the voting for this series alone.
It's because everybody's off at Worlds getting ready.
All right. Are we gonna
give it to
show
us?
It?
They don't want to. They don't want to.
This looks like it's there. It looks like they're sending it to an interview. Yep. All right. I'm sending it back to us.
All right. They just really wanted to talk to Diablo. That's all they wanted. Anyways, that is it for our Asia Invitational 2025 coverage here. Alex, you want to give any words, any thoughts, any feelings?
It was a fun tournament. I was a little unsure about how we were going to make 6 days of a bunch of best of threes work, especially with a lot of people taking time off, rightfully so after having
the skeleton crew, I called us.
Yeah, 9 months of LPL for a large portion of the season. So the fact that we were able to get this done with a much smaller group of people, and even slightly, there was only 2 people who did prod this entire event. It was me and Rare Adam. I didn't fall asleep, so I'm really happy about that. But yeah, I'm really proud that we were able to put this on. And while it is unfortunate that the LPL teams could not do us well to represent us, we also didn't lose in the finals. So LCK 50% win rate at the grand finals. LPL 0 losses.
Zero losses.
Zero losses.
We'll hold on to. It's been an absolute pleasure. Again, the skeleton crew really came out. Even shout out to Ellie and Izzy behind the scenes, like getting things running for the production side of things and some of the graphics that we had going. Incredible stuff from our mods and social teams. I know they had a lot of shifts, so really give a huge shout out to them in the chat, please. And Alec, thank you for being both caster and producer here as well. As we take a look at the final bracket, look at that. You even updated it. It is FearX who ended up taking the victory over D plus Kia 3-2 after a little redemption run in the lower bracket.
Yep. Insane stuff from them. I'm really proud of this BFX roster, even if they weren't expected favorites coming into this tournament. Like, it is the 5th versus the 6th seed, but it was the manner in which they did it, and they get revenge versus D plus Kia. Like, I think that is a really insane story.
Yeah, it's definitely something to hold on to for all the B&K FearX fans. Well, before we get going, we have one last final shout out to do. We got to say thank you very, very, very much to our Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron, Soup, Mung, and Forrest. Without pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast on a daily basis. They've been giving all year long to us for a majority, and I think it's just so incredible to see that much love, that much dedication from people supporting this, because it means the world to us, and coffee is the best way to support us directly, and it is absolutely felt throughout the year. So huge thank you, and if you want to try to be included in that call out, please make sure you go check out our coffee.
Please go to our coffee, because guess what? You want to go do interviews at Worlds? You want to ask questions? Go ahead. You got to be able to, you got to sign up. You can't do it if you don't give us money.
Yeah. You will literally be asked for your questions for the interviews that we have if you are one. So please make sure you go check that out. But besides that, it's been an absolute pleasure. It's been an honor. And what a year it's been. We'll see what happens next. We'll see what happens for Demacia Cup. But until then, please enjoy the Worlds 2025 setup that we have for the next month and a half almost. Please support the LPL because there's a lot of damn naysayers out there and non-believers. Yep. We need some hopium up here for the LPL, and we'll see you next time. At least we get to have a pleasure of broadcasting for you. We'll see you next time on Summoner's Rift.